We are honored to play host this evening to a historic personality from the United States of America, the Honorable Kamala Harris, a distinguished lawyer after a lifetime of public service, having been elected District Attorney of San Francisco and Attorney General of California, and then United States Senator. She was elected Vice President of the United States of America, the first female and the first person of African and Asian descent to occupy that high office. Madam, we congratulate you on these outstanding achievements and bid you and your husband, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, and your delegation, with its large contingent of our kith and kin, the African Americans, a warm welcome to Ghana. You are amongst a people famed for their hospitality. Akwaba is our word of welcome. I've had the privilege of meeting you on two occasions, once in Washington and the other in Munich. So you can understand my elation in receiving you as my guest at the seat of the presidency of Ghana, Jubilee House. We value very much the friendship between the United States of America and the Republic of Ghana. And my hope is that our two nations and peoples will continue to deepen the bonds of friendship and cooperation that exist between us, especially as our two countries are both fully committed to democratic values and to governance systems founded on the separation of powers and respect for human rights, the rule of law, and the principles of democratic accountability. We recognize that our governance systems are best anchored in market economies which reward individual enterprise, creativity, and innovation, and which deliver prosperity to the masses of their peoples, including their women. Madam Vice President, the establishment of formal relations between our countries dates back to 1957, when Ghana, under the dynamic leadership of our first president, Kwame Nkrumah, became the first country in sub-Saharan Africa to free herself of the colonial yoke, in our case, that of the British. On that momentous occasion of 6 March 1957, Ghana's Independence Day, the only other U.S. Vice President to visit us, Richard Nixon, led the U.S. delegation at President Dwight Eisenhower's behest to attend the ceremony. Members of the U.S. delegation included Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., the great civil rights leader, his famous wife, Coretta Scott King, Ralph Bunche, the Undersecretary of the United Nations and the first African American to win the Nobel Peace Prize, and other prominent African American leaders, such as Philip Randolph, Mordecai Johnson, Horace Mann, Senator Charles Diggs, and Congressman Adam Clayton Powell. The link between Ghana's liberation, indeed Africa's liberation, and the American civil rights movement was forged that day, a link that rendered ridiculous the decision of the US government to prevent the celebrated W.E.B. Du Bois, one of the pioneers of the Pan-African movement, from attending the event. Happily, in the course of Ghana's Fourth Republic, a more edifying precedent has been set, which has seen 3 successive US presidents visit us. President Clinton in 1998, President George Bush in 2008, and President Barack Obama in 2009. It was President Donald Trump whose failure to visit us interrupted this welcome development, which we hope President Biden will soon resume. "66 years after our independence, with Ghana being one of America's most important partners in sub-Saharan Africa, the fruits of Ghana-USA relations are evident. One of the most notable examples of those relations was given in the early years of our independence, when Kaiser Aluminum signed with President Nkrumah's government, with the support of the World Bank, to build in 1965 the $196 million United States Akosombo hydroelectric power project, which has since been the main provider of Ghana's energy needs. It remains the single biggest private American investment in our country. The time has come for it to be replicated. There have, however, been more recent examples of positive cooperation with the United States. In 2016, towards the holding of the 2016 elections in Ghana, the elections which first brought me to office, the United States contributed some $7 million United States towards the holding of those elections. We were among the first beneficiaries of the Millennium Challenge Compact initiated by the government of President Bush, which led to a grant of $547 million United States negotiated by the Kufuor government with the Bush government when I was Ghana's foreign minister. It was satisfactorily performed, which enabled us to enter into MCC Compact 2, negotiated by the successor Mills-Obama governments to improve Ghana's power generation. We're looking forward to negotiating MCC Compact 3. The Pokuasi bulk supply project, with a total capacity of 580 million volt-amps, whose construction commenced in February 2019 and was completed in August 2021, the largest bulk power supply point in Ghana, which together with the George Walker Bush Highway are significant examples of the imprints of recent cooperation with the United States of America. We continue to be appreciative of the annual provision of scholarships to Ghanaian students to study in America through initiatives such as the Young African Leaders Initiative, and the hospitality that is accorded to the hundreds of thousands of Ghanaians living in and contributing to the life of the United States. Vice President, we're encouraged by the fact that more American companies than ever are looking to invest in Ghana, and we will continue to create and maintain the conducive investment atmosphere that will not only guarantee the safety of their investments, but good returns on those investments as well. As you know, we want to move the focus of our economy from just being producers and exporters of raw materials. We want to build a value-added industrialized economy with a modernized agriculture, which will enable us reach our destination of a Ghana beyond aid. I'm happy that our relations with the United States are now being focused on an increase in trade and investment cooperation. Madam Vice President, we share many similar positions on the great questions of the global agenda, especially our mutual attachment to the implementation of the Paris Climate Accord, to the strengthening of the multilateral system of international cooperation, to the respect for the sovereignty of all nations, great or small, to the maintenance of international law and order, and to the need to employ peaceful means to resolve disputes. We are, however, both resolute in our condemnation and opposition to terrorism and violent extremism, and Ghana, within her modest means, is determined to cooperate with the United States to fight these messes. To that end, we welcome the strong cooperation in security matters with the United States. I'm happy to announce that Ghana has accepted the invitation of the United States to join the Atlantic Basin Cooperation as a founding member. The government of Ghana believes that such cooperation will provide the platform to enhance cooperation to develop shared approaches to Atlantic Ocean issues and build on shared capacities and experiences for the benefit of the Atlantic Ocean region. As a coastal country bordering the Atlantic Ocean, Ghana recognizes that no country alone can solve the cross-boundary challenges in the Atlantic Ocean, ranging from maritime security to environmental degradation. Ghana therefore welcomes and commits to exploring the numerous opportunities offered by this laudable initiative on Atlantic cooperation. I wish to assure you, Madam, that the Republic of Ghana will continue to collaborate with the United States of America at the bilateral and multilateral levels in finding solutions to challenges such as widespread poverty, irregular migration, insecurity and human rights violations, including discrimination against women, terrorism and violent extremism, human and drug trafficking, piracy, as well as climate change and its attendant impact on the environment and livelihoods. I want to state once again for the record that Ghana's history has been against great power domination of the affairs of the world. And that is the reason why Ghana led the fight for the liberation of the African continent from colonialism and imperialism and became one of the 5 initiators of the historic non-aligned movement. It is this same principle that led us to vote in the United Nations General Assembly in favor of the motion condemning the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And it is a position we will continue to hold. Great powers of whatever ilk, including friendly ones, trampling on small nations is not something we welcome. And within our modest means, we will register our disapproval of it. The effects of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, coupled with the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic, have undeniably put countries, communities, and households across Africa, and indeed across the world, in precarious situations, and are threatening to derail the development process and progress in African countries in particular. Ghana, for her part, has not been spared the effects of these pernicious developments. And that is why we've gone to the International Monetary Fund to seek its assistance to repair in the short term our public finances and restore our balance of payments, whilst we continue to work on the medium to long-term structural changes that are at the heart of our goal of constructing a resilient, robust Ghanaian economy and building a Ghana beyond aid. We will count on the support of the United States in reaching a good agreement with the fund, which will set the stage for the strong recovery of Ghana's economy. Madam Vice President, I said to you in Washington, D.C., and I believe it is appropriate on the occasion of your visit to reiterate a matter of great importance to Ghana, and that is the process of UN reform, especially reform of the UN Security Council. We are committed to Africa's common position on UN reform based on the Azulwini Consensus, and are anxious that the matter of UN reform finds its way back quickly to the center of the global agenda. I'm pleased that good progress is being made on on the reform of the UN Security Council, which has been given a great boost by the decision of US President Joe Biden to embrace the reform process, the first time a US president has explicitly done so. I'm hopeful that the leaders of the other three P5 members of the Security Council will soon follow his lead, just as French President Emmanuel Macron has done. The time has come for the global community to undertake this much-needed reform, which will bring greater effectiveness to the work of the United Nations and the Security Council in the maintenance of international peace and security. Madam, I hope you enjoy your visit to Cape Coast tomorrow and to Cape Coast Castle, one of the locations through which slaves were transported to the Americans and the Caribbean in the infamous, barbaric, and dehumanizing transatlantic slave trade. With Ghana recognizing her unique position as the location for 75% of the slave dungeons built on the west coast of Africa, we believe we have a responsibility to extend a hand of welcome back home to Africans in the diaspora, the reason for the commemoration of the Year of Return in 2019. We use the events of that year to solidify our relations with our kith and kin in the Americas and the Caribbean. We believe the time has come to engage Africans in the diaspora and all persons of African descent more positively in areas such as trade and investment cooperation and skills and knowledge development and transfer. We want to work together to change the African narrative, which has been characterized largely by a concentration on disease, hunger, poverty, and illegal mass migration. Together, we must help make Africa the place for investment, progress, and prosperity, and the stage for the development of the prosperity of the African peoples and all descendants of Africa. Once again, Vice President Kamala Harris, thank you, your husband, the second gentleman, and your delegation for coming to Ghana. We're indeed honored by the presence in our midst of the first female Vice President of the United States of America, a person of African descent, and we're happy that Ghana was the first port of call on her first official visit to Africa. We should never forget the sentiments of that legendary Jamaican reggae musician, Peter Tosh, who said, and I quote, "Don't care where you come from. As long as you are a black man, you are an African." Madam, you're welcome home. Since you were born on a Tuesday, I'm sure you will not mind if we add the Ghanaian name Abna, the Akan name for all Tuesday-born females, to your name. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me ask you to be upstanding and raise your glasses to toast the health and welfare of the Vice President of the United States of America, the Honorable Kamala Devi Abna Harris. Her husband, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, and of the friendly American people, including their leader, President Joe Biden, and First Lady Jill Biden, and the flourishing of the friendship between the Republic of Ghana and the United States of America. May God continue to bless. God continue to bless the peoples of Ghana and the United States.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Mr. President, thank you for extending my name. Abina, is that it? There we are. And greetings to all the Abina who are here tonight. Mr. President, I thank you for hosting this state banquet. As I begin this week-long visit across the continent of Africa, it is an honor indeed, Mr. President, to start here in Ghana. I thank the members of Congress who have traveled with me, Senator Coons, Congresswoman Sherphyllis McCormick, and I thank you to all the Ghanaian officials who have received us so warmly and who have made this trip possible. We are joined today by incredible leaders from Ghana and throughout the continent. And here with us tonight are also individuals from the United States who represent the glorious beauty of the African diaspora. We have with us on this trip Oscar and Emmy winners, CEOs and media publishers, civil rights leaders and advocates, artists and academics, dignitaries and diplomats. And Mr. President, you are personally responsible for welcoming and encouraging the connection of the diaspora to this continent. Because of you, Mr. President, hundreds of thousands of Black Americans and members of the diaspora around the world came here 4 years ago to participate in the Year of Return. Because you are a student of history, and in the time during which I have come to know you, you take great joy in reminding us all of where we come from, but always with a glorious vision of where we also know we can be. And because of you, members of the diaspora and those around the world have traveled to Ghana to remember the history of slavery, those who have come here to honor their lineage and to understand their ancestry. And now, through Beyond the Return, many more visit each year. Your vision, Mr. President, made this possible. So on behalf of all of those who have made the return, all those from America who join you tonight, and all those who will return in the future, thank you, Mr. President. President Joe Biden and I are committed to celebrate and strengthen the long-standing ties that connect our people and our nations. These ties are a source of pride and strength for both our countries. Mr. President, this is a topic that you and I have often spoken about. Over these past 2 years, it has been my honor to work with you on these and many other critical issues. When we first met at the White House in September of 2021, we started our conversation about the intertwined history between our two nations. A conversation about how we are as nations interconnected and interdependent. Last December, you and I spoke at the Diaspora Forum at the United States Africa Leaders Summit in Washington, D.C. Waiting to take the stage, I was backstage as you spoke, and I watched, Mr. President, as you elegantly reminded the audience that, I quote, "Destiny of all Black people, no matter where in the world they are, is bound up with Africa." I then announced at that forum that President Joe Biden would create a new Presidential Advisory Council on African diaspora engagement in the United States. Last month, both you and I attended the Munich Security Conference, representing our respective nations. There, you called for a change in the paradigm of the continent's relationship with the world, a point with which I agree and reinforced when I spoke during my own appearance in Munich. And now it is my honor to be here to continue that conversation, to build on our work together, and to discuss our shared destiny. Mr. President, Ghana's leadership and advocacy on the world stage is not only vital, it is inspiring, historically so. As you have mentioned, on March 6, 1957, when Ghana gained independence, it inspired millions of Americans, as it did for millions around the world, including Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who came here to witness the dawn of a new era. Dr. King, as we all know, and he wrote, was deeply moved by what he saw here. He wrote and spoke of it for years after. He spoke and wrote about what Ghana was teaching the world. And he predicted that Ghana's independence, and I will quote, will have worldwide implications and repercussions, not only for Africa, but for America. Ghana, he said, tells us that the forces of the universe are on the side of justice. This remains true today. Ghana is a leading voice for democracy and a leading voice in the march for freedom, justice, and liberty. While we face real challenges, I look around tonight and I am truly more optimistic than ever. And I know that by working together, the United States and Ghana, alongside the diaspora and the people of this beautiful continent, will share our future for the better. I thank you, and I raise this approaching glass to you, Mr. President, and thank you for the warm welcome and visit. Thank you.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Mipoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
I feel like having a child is more heavy than a marriage.
Having a child?
Yeah, having a child is like it's a responsibility between two people that no matter what you have to uphold, you know, more than holding a marriage together.
Welcome back, guys. This is part 2 of my conversation with Wanlov the Kobolo. You don't need no introduction. We were talking about how he actually, was a pro-gay activist and, doing all the things needed to promote the gay rights. We wanted to understand, and also he spoke a bit about his music. Today, we are talking about his family and other questions. This man is actually someone who has a name in the media industry. I'm looking at Wanlov now, he's looking into the skies. But anyways, I still need to finish my intro. He is someone who has too many stories to tell. I think I have to keep it as that. And he's going to tell us the details. And now, my name is Doreen Abanma Abaya. Wanlov.
Yes, Doreen.
Why are you smiling like that?
No, I was listening to you and I was thinking about the details and I was...
Yeah, the details.
Yeah, I was just listening to you.
Because our last conversation actually ended with you, talking about your daughter being infatuated about another girl.
Yeah, who knows? Like, so she says she likes this girl, and of course it's innocent love. Yeah. I don't know what goes on in Denmark society, at what age.
That daughter's in Denmark.
Yeah.
Because we actually can keep tabs of the number of children. So now let me ask you, Wanlov, in 2019, it was reported that you had 8 children from 5 different women. In 2023, how many children do you have with how many women?
Wow, I haven't been having children. It's just 10 now. But
You said I haven't been having children.
yeah, I'm just thinking about it. It's just 10. So I guess it's COVID.
10 now. COVID stopped you.
It slowed me a bit.
Hey.
Yeah.
How many children do you want to have?
I don't want to have any children.
Hey. Any more?
Not anymore. I never wanted to. I never planned to have children.
You just decided to,
No, I didn't decide. I mean, some of my children later, my first couple of children were just like, they came. And then some of them later were planned.
Yeah.
And, and it will keep going like that. Some will be planned, some will not be planned. Yeah.
How old is your oldest child? And is it a boy or a girl?
Obi will be turning 17.
Whoa.
In April.
A boy or a girl?
Obi is a boy.
Oh, wow. Very soon, gonna be of legal age.
But my oldest child is actually 18. She's my stepdaughter. But so my third child's mother already had a daughter.
Oh.
When we had our first child together, she had a daughter.
That's Obi.
No, that's a different. No,
Wanlov.
Obi is the boy, which is turning 17.
17.
Yeah. But I have a daughter called Deborah who is 18.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wanlov, your story, it's really interesting.
Really?
I'm telling you.
It sounds like a normal story of ovaries and sperms and stuff.
Ovaries and sperms. Just, having the babies. And
Can you say sperms on TV, on this interview?
Can we say it on
one of
TV?
your producers said you can't say toilet.
Did you hear him? He said
If you slur it, it's fine.
yeah, if you say it in the English, toilet.
Yeah,
toilet.
Oh, that's nice.
We said toilet. We didn't
It even
say
changes
that.
the smell.
Yeah. Hey.
The slang changes the smell. If you go somewhere it's like nasty, like let's see, somewhere where it's a dump site, like Pantan or somewhere, and see, look at all this baller, you be hearing the scent in your head, boom, 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 boom. You say, oh my God, is this bowler? Yeah, it's bowler. And the scent will be slim.
The scent is actually mild with that way, say baller.
Bowler.
Anyway, we're baller. Me and Wanlov, we are balling here, not the baller that he spoke about. We're balling here. And Wanlov, are you currently in a relationship?
With what?
With a human being.
What type? I think I'm in a relationship with every kind of. Like, I mean, I think you should ask the question more specifically.
Are you in a relationship with a woman?
What kind of relationship?
A serious one that can lead to marriage.
No. Marriage is not. When you say marriage, what kind of marriage? You mean like wedding and those things?
Yeah, wedding.
No.
That's the only one I know actually. Unless maybe you have other ones you can tell me about.
I feel like having a child is more heavy than a marriage.
Having a child?
Yeah, having a child is like it's a responsibility between two people that no matter what you have to uphold, more than holding a marriage together. Like, hey, we married in front of 100 people, we can't stop. Like, having a child, that kind of marriage is superior to me than a wedding.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that means you'll never get married?
Not in that. I'm actually already married. I married for green card in America in 2006, but I never applied. I just left America and came. So I'm still legally married in America. But, yeah, just, yeah. In Kratasem. Yeah.
So it was just for the papers, but not like, you had a traditional wedding here in Ghana. Because I know, even talking about the traditional wedding and the wedding thing, you're not even interested. Your face actually tells me everything. And you
Yeah.
But I just wanted to understand if Wanlov will ever get married.
Like I said, I'm already married, dude.
Yeah, but that one was from Kratasem. That one, people do it all the time.
No, I don't. Not in the, I think in the way you are saying, and I don't think I'll dedicate my life to like some one person and be like, hey, me and you, this is like.
You can never do it.
I can't. It doesn't feel normal to me.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't.
It doesn't feel normal.
It feels unnatural.
It feels so natural to be
Yeah.
dedicated to one person.
Yeah, it feels very unnatural. It's like an eggs and baskets thing.
Hey, how did that come in? Eggs and
Like you don't
basket.
put all your eggs in one basket.
Oh.
So your emotional, your feelings, your dreams, you can't store it all on one hard drive. And
Why?
this-
Were you had before?
maybe I was when I was a child, but I've never been in a relationship before, like since I was a teenager, which has worried me, you know. I've trained myself to not go deep.
But what if you meet one person that actually wins your heart?
I don't know what will happen that one day, but what will happen, but
How
I don't know.
will happen?
I can't imagine it.
Hey!
I can't. I can't imagine like I'm somewhere and I can't breathe or sleep or eat unless I see someone. I can't imagine it.
Then what message do you have for all those who are in love with, you know, one woman? Because you can't see yourself like
And maybe
that.
they're
What
happy, then I'm happy for them.
Mm.
But I can't.
But it's never one love.
It's not. And I know a lot of people who are also like that because
Yeah.
your vibe attracts your tribe, you know. So I have friends that come over that are in different relationships and so on, and I have very interesting encounters with people in my life because of the path I've chosen. And according to the Bible and stuff, I'll surely be crossing my leg somewhere in hell when I'm done. Oh, I'm joking, but yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So, you know, we all know Wanlov Kobolo, what you're up to, who the real guy is, because he's a non, you know, how do I put it? You don't care about anything.
I
you
do
live
care
your
about
free
things.
life.
I would not have baffed. If I didn't care, I would have come here without bathing.
Wanlov, that's one of the basic things.
When I got down, I said I put water in my
Yeah.
hair. So
You
I
care
care
about
about
it.
things.
You care about the little things that, you know, people
There are
find
things I care
trivial.
about a lot of things, but you know.
Well, I was actually trying to connect it to something, but you decided to stop me. I care about things. Of course I don't. But anyways, so Wanlov.
Don't.
What's one very shocking thing, you know? Oh, I know you don't care about a lot of things.
Yeah.
But what's one very shocking thing you've heard, like a rumor about you? You're like, who sat down to cook this up? How can they even say that about me? And
Rumor.
yeah, you know it's not true, but it's out there. Like Wanlov this, Wanlov has done that.
I mean, before I started smoking, people used to think I smoked all the time.
And how long ago did you start smoking, if I
Like
may ask?
4 or 5 years, I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, I wouldn't say it's recent, but it's.
Yeah,
wouldn't
but
have
for a
actually
long
expected.
time, but I can't think of any rumors like that. I don't think people make up things about me because I think that my fact is stranger than the fiction they can create.
What do you mean by that?
The fact of my life, the reality is stranger than the stories people can create about me.
That means your life is already open. So what
Yeah.
else have you got to say?
Yeah.
It's already out there.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite interesting. And would you say you're somebody who can be easily provoked if somebody actually tries to trigger you?
Yeah, it depends on what tool they are using to do the provocation.
Can you give me an example of some things that can actually trigger you? Because we know you as a very carefree person.
Yeah, I mean, if somebody comes in here and they're trying to like bother me or like destabilize my emotion or whatever, like trying to just be an idiot, I would just like chill till I find my way out. Like,
Just like-
I'm not into that. But if they're bothering someone else, I become defensive
Irritated,
quicker.
yeah.
Like, what is this? What are you doing? Leave the person alone.
And have there been any instance where, you know, it happened and you had to go all out and go crazy on the person?
Yeah, I once had to fight a security team in Osu because I was going backstage to an event with a friend and who wanted to see Panji Anoff,
Right.
who was backstage with J.W. Ambule and a few people. And at the security line, I was like, oh, I'm with this person. We are going backstage. And the security was like, no, I'm not going to let them come backstage because they could be an armed robber. And I was like, this is somebody I know, and why am I bringing an armed robber backstage? Like, what kind of statement? Yeah, he doesn't care, but if I don't move from there, he's going to push all of us away. And that just made me like lose my mind. Yeah, so
What did you do?
a few things.
Can you share with us?
Oh.
Yeah, because this one love
It was giddy giddy. Let's just say there was
giddy giddy.
Yeah, and that was it. Yeah. So when people I'm with are being like, you know, picked on or something, I just feel like it's so unnecessary.
Right.
And I react to that more than to myself when it's directed to me.
That means you feel the pain of others more than you do. Actually.
No, I do feel mine, but I know how to logically, you know, like
Tune off.
cancel what is happening around me, to just like think about the person and be like, maybe this person is going through something, and just like, you know, come more from an empathetic place. So just like I'm feeling for the person which is being oppressed, in a situation where somebody is being oppressive to me, I feel it's just because they are being oppressed by something in their life, right? So why should I also like join in their oppression if I can just meander out of it?
Well, that will bring me to my final question.
Which is yours. I'm losing. I'm losing.
What do you think about the current state of the economy, Ghana?
I think that like all Ghanaian youths and people who are youthful in the mind, you can be 70 and still be a youth, should just come together and plan to steal the money from all the banks, like the banks connected to the governments, go and rob all of them and share the money in Ghana. That's what I feel, because the banks are stealing. They're stealing from us. And
why did they rob you?
They are stealing from us. Like, let me just say that. They just, I mean, it's robbery. Like, you send a certain amount of money in a certain direction, a transaction. They take such a huge, and I'm not talking about e-levy or something. I'm talking about exchange rates and different things.
But then about the government.
And of course, people's pensions and all that. Come on. Like, people are going through a lot. And I feel like because our food tastes good, we don't like rebel. We don't riot. Because if you have, no matter how angry you are thinking like, Charlie, there's some chop bar. By this time, Charlie, they finish pounding the fufu. Then you cool down, you know. So until we run out of salt and pakushito and stuff, I think that we will still allow them to trample on our lives.
Right.
Years.
But before we go, can you give me some of your songs? You know, just
like from my pockets
sing.
or what?
No, not give me like metronome. Sing something.
I'm not like romantic like that, and I'm also hungry. Let me see, what can I do?
Which one can you actually give us? You know, serenade us with something. Really
Serenade.
nice. Yeah, serenade us with something.
If I had a guitar or something, I would do that.
But at least you have some of your songs on your 13, you know, album. You know, someone.
Maybe I'll do a rap, but I have to get my things. I didn't want to say I'm gonna get my balls until you saw the balls, so that you won't be confused.
Not the balls you're thinking about.
These are the people would have thought about any other balls, you know, basketball, golf balls.
Today you actually tried to bring out the worst in me, but I'm not gonna.
Oh really? I tried.
Yeah, you tried.
Ping pong balls. Chilinsa balls. There's many balls.
Too many balls.
But these are noisy balls called kushka.
Kushka.
Yeah. So this song is called Chop Time. It's just a fun song to rap, and I feel like it's just me trying to just capture and share some Ghanaianisms or Ghanaian energy.
Yeah.
Right? Chop time. No friends. Dinky diggy dinky dinky. About 10, there 10. Dinky diggy. September born, no go do me April fool. Promoters try use me like some tool. Have a look at the beta, so I say come cool. Dive in the crowd like a swimming pool. Ow, no can do. What a chimpanzee can do, baboon can do. But a panda can't feed a baboon bamboo. Chewing stickers from me, that will do. You know better than me cause you brush your teeth with shampoo. Kaka-doo-doo, Scooby-Dooby-Doo and do the do. Oh, by the way, I do like your hairdo. I don't feel good, but can you be my boo? Oh. But I love you. Your beautiful face and your review. No go make a word the phone, but keep the preview. Chop time.
No friend.
No friend. About 10. Chop time.
No friend.
About 10. Same MC who brought you Chinese cook 20. Ever seen a Japanese eating ice cream cake? Okay. You be there. You don't know what's going on over here. The government just wants you to fear. Before vendetta will appear. Oh my, oh dear. Don't stand in the road like some deer. Catch them like rhinoceros. Bites like people who famous. Famous, yes, where is my money? Busy bee, where is your honey? Beat me like slave master. Me, I won't reach my grave faster. Pastor, am I sinning? Jesus, merry-go-round, are we spending time? No friend. Yeah.
What's a part of it? Part of it?
I was crumpling the bubbles in my neck. You know, sometimes like you get these bubbles.
Well, I don't want to do mine because you're gonna get.
Yeah.
Guys, I don't know. One Love has this interesting way of actually making you smile and
Oh,
stuff.
for real?
Yeah. You do.
That's good to hear.
Yeah.
I'm a smile inducer.
He has a way of making you smile and stop, and this conversation has been interesting. Well, One Love just induced me. He just said it right now. He makes me smile like, you know, I don't have my head in the right place. And I'm really grateful I had him on set today. Thank you so much, One Love.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, because I'm really, you know, I'm really humbled for this experience and the music that you serenaded us with.
Oh.
And before anything else, guys, my name is Doreen Abanma Abaya. This is Talkatainment. See you next time.
Is a place called the Tuta Gogotepong, and it's a village you must visit whenever you are here in Benin. I'm taking you along. I'm going to have a good time. I'm going to have a bubble bath with the clay. Here is very healthy for the skin. I'm also going to have local lunch. I'm also going to experience the mangroves and everything to learn here. So yeah, let's go, guys. I'm super excited. I can't wait for you all to see. Let's go, guys. In a village called Gogotepong, it's a beautiful lodge you have to visit whenever you are in Benin. So yeah, we are leaving the Gogotepong junction to the village. Yay! It happens that we are both wearing white. Before getting to this place, you will need a boat ride, which will be arranged on your arrival. Got a motorbike from the Gogotepong junction, which cost us 1,000 CFA. So yeah, we are finally here about to take the boat to the village. So yeah, you're coming along with us. Let's go, guys.
My name is Gustav, I said. Yeah. And I'm the tour guide here. The name of this lake is Aime. It's longer as 20 kilometers. And in this river, there's many fishing. Inside you have the water forest. And we used to call it mangrove. So in the mangrove to do their reproduction. And also why they decided to do their reproduction there is because the stream of the water is not so strong there. When they leave the eggs here, the movement or the stream destroy the eggs, so they can become fish. So it's more safe there, inside there, and then they leave the eggs there and become elite fish, and then when they are going, they move to find the deeper water.
Just as he said, the mangroves are not supposed to be cut here. If you do cut them, there's a punishment for you according to the spirits here. So yeah, it's beautiful. After 15 minutes of the boat ride and explaining how things work here, we are finally here. So we are joined by other tourists. So let's go, guys. So this is a welcome juice, which is coconut, and yeah, so you're all invited. This is a wooden straw. Guys, Mr. Diodone, say hi.
Hi, hello.
He's the owner of this resort, this village here, and he's going to tell us a bit about this place. So.
Happy I am to say just a small thing for you. I will continue in French, please. Nous sommes bienvenus ici sur l'îlot au bio-bonheur de Gogo-Tepon, au sud Bénin. Un spa naturel. Spa avec ce que les Anglais appellent les clés baffes. Vous prenez donc un bain d'argile, une extraction du lac à aimer. Vous faites la balade dans cet écosystème particulier de mangroves pour découvrir le paysage, les oiseaux, les pêcheurs. Dans un écosystème, comme vous voyez, tout naturel, le bain d'argile après, vous passez à un autre atelier, c'est le massage au beurre de karité et à l'huile de coco pour renforcer, pour améliorer la relaxation commencée déjà par l'observation, le silence dans la nature ici. Et donc, le bain d'argile, le massage au beurre de karité ou à l'huile de coco, le repos, le silence et c'est important. Nous disons souvent que dans un écosystème comme ça, de mangroves, de palétuviers, il faut apprendre à respirer. Envoyer l'air, sortir l'air et accompagné du petit sourire, c'est important. Bye bye.
Bye. So yeah, for all my French speaking friends, there you go, you have it there. We also have Ludu. While we wait for our massage, they served us with rice water, and yeah, you're all invited. So I'm going to share this with Abigail. Abigail, let's have it. So yeah. Yeah, it's really cute. Yeah, and it came in very hot. So no matter, yeah, it's very hot with sugar. Yeah, without milk. Apparently, it's a snack to boost your energy for massage and also all the water activities here. So I'm very happy. You're all invited. Merci. So our lunch is here, and this is how it looks like. And let's see Abigail's own. Oh, lovely. Look at the water. The water came in this cute spot. So refreshing. So I'm going to try the dakwe. It's called dakwe here in Benin. I'm going to try it for the first time since we are going to share. Let's try this. It's nice. Yeah. It's like gari mixed with soup. Gari mixed with light soup. It's really good. Yes. We are currently going to have the mud bath and also a massage. I forgot to mention that there's also a lodge here. It's a very cute lodge, and yeah, so this is like a balcony where you can take a swim here. So yeah, you can also come here and camp. Yeah. So this is where all the mud bath is going to take place. and watch your food to adapt your body to a clay cold. Okay. And we are already dressed in our bikini, so she is washing our feet with water so the clay can get stuck to our body. So yeah, we are ready. We are going to have a clay bath here at the village, and I'm super happy, and I know you all are coming along. So guys, this is the clay. This is how it looks like here. So yeah, we are ready. The clay, the small one. And she says that the clay, they get the clay from the lake and they add it with other clay, and it's very good for your skin. It exfoliates your skin. So coming here and experiencing this is a must. This is really relaxing. It's nice. I like the feel. It's so smooth. This is how it looks like. So smooth, very. And it smells like just like sand or like a little bit of charcoal. You add charcoal? Or it's natural? Okay. Natural. This is exclusive from the village, and yeah, I have here my marks on my face. I really like the way it feels on my skin. And yeah, this is how Abigail and I look like. Abigail, say hi. Hi. Feeling good. So we are going to wait for like 15-20 minutes for our clay to dry on our skin so that it can exfoliate all the dead skin on our skin. I'm sure we will leave Benin fresh. To take a dip in the lake, and yeah, you're coming with us. I'm super excited. I feel cool. Like I feel super good. Like the way it dries on your skin, right? It has a different feeling. It makes you feel like you feel fresh. You feel like you have just taken some dirt off your skin. So let's go guys. So the next activity is to go zip lining, and Abigail is about to start. Yes. The lake really feels so warm. Wow, this is therapy. So guys, I just took a cold shower right behind me, and I feel so fresh. The next thing is a massage before we leave here. So yeah, let's go for a quick massage. Abigail, are you ready? Meditate, and also you can also have lunch here. Having lunch here with a beautiful view. We just ended our massage. I just had a feet and a hand massage because that's where I wanted concentration. You had what?
I had my back and my waist.
How do you feel?
I feel good, like.
Yeah, so I recommend this place hands down for you to come for relaxation, for more activities and a good time. All too soon, we are ending all activities here at the village. We are heading back to where we started from. It's back to the city, back to my hotel. And I got a souvenir, which is the clay for my face when I go back home. So yeah, if you want some, let me know in the comment section. I can organize some for you, so my friend from Benin can organize it to Ghana for you. This was a gift. He gave it to me for free, but he sells it here depending on the quantity you want. So guys, this brings us to the end of this vlog. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed documenting my entire experience. The whole experience, including lunch, massage, cost 15,000 CFA per person. So here it includes the boat ride, the massage, the lunch, activities here, swimming in the lake, and yeah, massage. So yeah, until next time, I want to say I love you all. More videos still here in Benin. I love you all. Mwah. It's time to go. We're leaving. The boat is here. Take a clay bath from the sacred lake in Benin? Let me know your thoughts.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Back Canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
When you go to Volta region, it's the worst of all. Volta region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Hi, welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Now, Ghana prides itself as the second largest producer of cocoa in the world. Together with Ivory Coast, the two countries provide and produce more than 60% of the world's cocoa needs. But Ghana is facing an existential threat to its cocoa production, mainly because of the activities of illegal small-scale miners, popularly known as galamsey. The issue has been compounded by recent news reports that smugglers are smuggling Ghana's cocoa out of our country to neighboring African countries. Today, we have a conversation with the regulator and the head of the Public Affairs Unit of Ghana Cocoa Board in terms of what they are doing to solve the problem that is really threatening Ghana's cocoa production. My name is Daniel Odro. You're welcome to The Lowdown. My guest is Fifi Boafo. He's left the journalism field for us. I'm doing public affairs at Cocoa Board. Senior, welcome to the show.
Thank you.
It's been a long time.
Wow.
We speak on phone, but we've never met in a long time.
I'm hanging in here. The pressure is just real every day.
I can imagine.
You have to juggle between things. But hey, we are here to serve.
I know.
Yeah.
Let's delve right into it. So these days, what are the burning issues for you? There's been a lot of Cocoa Board stories in the news, mainly about the task force and the ability to arrest some smugglers smuggling Ghana's cocoa out of the country. Is that the burning topic for Cocoa Board at the moment?
It's one of the very critical issues we are dealing with because despite all the effort you put in producing the cocoa, if you're unable to put them together and then trade it to the international partners and then of course the trade houses, the companies, you're unable to realize anything. So we are at a point where there's the need for us to ensure that the cocoa produced, we are able to account for it and then also sell it. Beginning of the season, there were some concerns as to whether or not some farmers would want to sell their cocoa to us or help these smugglers to get it across our borders. But we've realized midstream that the problem is not really with the farmers. Of course, yes, there are some farmers who are aiding them, but there are people who have come into the system and then realize that there's an opportunity for them to make some money at the expense of the farmers and also Cocoa Board in Ghana. So these are the people who are the beneficiaries of this scheme that is in place at the moment. Of course, it's occupying our time and our attention because there's every reason for us to make sure that the cocoa produced is accounted for. if we do not account for, just as I indicated, the farmer loses out. Cocoa Board will also lose out, and the country will not benefit. So, for example, Cocoa Board at the beginning of every cocoa farm will provide seedlings for the cocoa farmer. We'll have extension officers who Cocoa Board is financing to help the farmer do the line and pegging to get the farm established. When the farm is established, the cocoa which is being smuggled, Cocoa Board is actually paying for chemicals to protect the cocoa beans. When that is formed, all the other costs within the value chain is provided for by Cocoa Board. In fact, sometimes the road that is used to transport the Cocoa Board is paying for it. And then someone takes it and then smuggles it out of our country. It means that Cocoa Board has lost it. One thing that is going to happen going forward is that if a district is identified to be a district that is smuggling our cocoa out of our country, the decision that has been taken is that that district is not going to continue enjoying the benefits Cocoa Board has been providing to farmers. We are spending a huge amount of money rehabilitating farms in western region along the Alubo enclave. If you go to western north, that is happening. Sadly, you have cocoa being smuggled along these lines. When you go to Volta region, it's the worst of all. Volta region, the cocoa that we bought this year, if you compare to last year, which was our lowest in recent years, it is not even up to 10% of what we did last year.
Seriously?
Yes, the cocoa in the Volta region is going to Togo.
It's because of the proximity to Togo.
Proximity to Togo. What we've also identified is that there are some foreigners, unfortunately, who are in this business. They facilitate it along the borders and then they get it out of, when it gets to Togo, they get it out of the African system and they export it.
Wow.
So it is a concern for us.
It's like a cartel.
It is. The arrest that was made recently, which the media has thankfully given us some publicity, the people who are involved, some of them are not even Ghanaians. There are some from other African countries who are the beneficiaries of this scheme. So if this is happening, the farmer is losing out, and the country is also losing out.
Right.
And we think that there's every reason for us to ensure that we deal with this problem.
But this punitive measure about the district not benefiting, I mean, what is it supposed to solve? Is it supposed to ensure that the farmers would report when they see these smugglers doing their business, or what is it supposed to solve exactly? Because some may be participating, others may not be. And so if you are going to punish all of them as a district, then that becomes a problem.
Yes, so it works in two ways.
Okay.
The farmer who is directly supporting this scheme, it serves as a deterrent to such a farmer. Of course, even though we admit that the beneficiaries are not the farmers, there are some farmers who are also facilitating this business.
Okay.
If you go to part of Western South along the borders, we have evidence of them using canoe to move along the border to go and sell it. So for such a farmer, if we are rehabilitating your farm at a very expensive cost to the country, and you choose to send your cocoa to a country that is not contributing anything to your business, then such a punitive measure will remind you that continuing that action would also deprive you of the benefit Cocoa Board is giving you. But apart from that, if you also look on as a farmer and have these people undertake this activity, then you will lose out because you have also looked on unconcern for this activity to happen.
Okay.
So such a farmer would police it and will also make report to the security agencies and our staff, and they will be able to apprehend such persons. There are some license buying companies who are involved. Indeed, some of them, the recent arrest, some of the officers have been arrested. The decision, I have been told, is that such license companies risk losing their licenses because you are not supposed to do that. And immediately you do that, then you are going against the law, and there are punitive measures that will go that will have to apply.
Okay.
And that would also be done. But you see, it is only licensed buying companies that are supposed to buy cocoa from cocoa farmers. So in a situation where you have a farmer who is also selling his or her cocoa to someone who is not a licensed buying company representative, then use that farmer. You are also helping that to happen.
But the cocoa farmers do know that they need to sell to only licensed.
Oh yes, I think to a very large extent the farmers know. In fact,
so this is not out of ignorance. What they are doing,
that you cannot tamper with.
Right.
At the weighing centers where we refer to as the shed. So if you allow people to just come to you with any weighing scale, you give yourself up for cheating.
Okay.
And there's the reason for you to go there. So if you allow people to just come to you and then you sell to them, then you are allowing yourself to be cheated, and also the possibility of the people smuggling it out of our system.
Okay, but let's talk about the convenience issue that these farmers talk about. How do we ensure that that problem is fixed so that they don't make that as an excuse, so that they don't necessarily have to drive out of their district to go to a far away place to go and have their cocoa weighed and bought by these licensed companies? How do we get closer to the farmers?
In fact, because of competition, now most of the licensed buying companies have, to a large extent, set up in our local communities.
Okay.
So the distance between where the farmer is producing the cocoa and where the shed is, it is not like moving from one district or even going to the district capital. No.
So then a convenience excuse is not really...
Well, it's a bit lame, but of course someone may say that, okay, well, I will have to probably do a 1 mile or 2 before I get it to the shed. So, well, if somebody is coming to me, it is easier, it takes away that cost.
Okay.
But that cost could cost you actually more,
right,
if you allow yourself for that to happen.
Okay. So let's talk about the motive. You've done some arrests. Are you seeing a pattern, or are you getting some intel? Obviously, I don't expect you to give me all the information, but are you seeing a pattern emerge in terms of the way these smugglers are operating?
Beginning, they used to carry it in smaller trucks.
Okay.
The pattern now is they are using bigger trucks.
Wow. They are becoming bold.
They have been emboldened in a way, you could say, and that is troubling. Usually when they get the cocoa, they take it from the sacks, the recognized sacks, the one we all know, put them in either polythene bags or containers that you find it difficult
to identify
it to be cocoa. So that is how they operate. So they take it from one center, go to a different location, repackage them or rebag them into something different, and then they get it out of our environment. So sure, we have been able to identify exactly how they are operating, and that is also the reason why we are able to make the arrest, which is also happening. We have people who are given tip-off, very important, and they are also motivated to do so, because if, for example, Drew should identify, someone has 100 bags of cocoa and is smuggling, you stand to be a man with some good cash in your pocket. Because immediately you alert us and an arrest is made. The people who helped in arresting that cocoa, you gain 2/3 of the amount. So 100 should give you about 800,000, and 2/3 of it is yours.
Wow.
Straight away. That money is given to you. So people who know, the security officers who are aware that this is available to you, they take advantage of it and then they help in arresting them. So I think to a very large extent, it has also motivated. Just before this interview, I was in a meeting where we were discussing this topic. And the head of our intelligence was telling us that there was a particular place they went to give the people their 2/3 of the amount. A day later, they made an arrest again.
So they know the people.
Yeah,
they are their friends, they are their colleagues.
They are the people. But Charlie, when there's money on the table, people will throw brothers under the bus.
Anyway, this is the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. We're having a very serious conversation about Ghana's cocoa production. As you know, the government is trying to raise revenue as much as possible. But Ghana's cocoa, which is one of the biggest revenue earners for the country, is being smuggled out of the country. This has also become important because already the cocoa production sector is struggling with galamsey and all its attendant problems. There's climate change to also talk about, and so the smuggling has really compounded the problems of our cocoa sector. Ghana stands to lose its ranking as the second producer of cocoa if immediate steps are not taken to address all these challenges that are affecting the cocoa sector. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll continue with the conversation with Fifi Boafo, the head of the Public Affairs Unit of the Ghana Cocoa Board. Stay with us. We're back after this break. Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odo. Cocoa is a big subject for us on today's edition of the lowdown. Fifi, so lastly on the smuggling, we've heard a lot of people say Cocoa Board is to blame because the moment Ivory Coast pays more in terms of the per unit or per ton price, this is going to happen. It's inevitable. People are greedy. People are naturally going to want to benefit more. Is that the problem? If that is the problem, what are we doing about it? Can't we at every point in time match the rates that Ivory Coast is giving?
The last 5 years, Ghana has paid more than Cote d'Ivoire, the last 5 years. But is the story that because Ghana was paying more, we're having smuggling from Cote d'Ivoire into Ghana? The answer is no.
So if we are paying more and they don't smuggle, so their farmers who are doing the right things?
Well, it's the entire system. The farmers, the security agencies, the people within the country realizing it. And of course, the aggressive nature the security agencies, I think, operate along their borders also so very deterrent. Yes. But apart from that, recently, there was a meeting in Kumasi where we met all districts and regional chief farmers to discuss the system of payment to farmers. Because in these countries, or neighboring countries, there's nothing like free seedlings. There's nothing like chemicals. There's nothing like all the support we provide.
That we give to our farmers.
No, there's nothing like that. It doesn't exist. And they are able to get away with it because that's a huge part of their farming environment. As we have people who are doing large-scale farming. And when someone is into large-scale farming, there are things they can easily do. In Ghana, we have a number of smallholder farmers. The large-scale farming is very, very small. So these smallholder farmers will require some support. And if the support is non-existent, it is difficult for them to stay in business. So that is the reason why you have some amount of money which you should readily pay to the farmer going into these interventions and support programs for the farmers. So we ask the farmers, if you say that Cote d'Ivoire this time round after 5 years is paying slightly better amount than Ghana, and you prefer to be paid the same amount of money, do we now cancel all these interventions and give the money to you and you take care of it? The farmer says, no, we don't want it.
So they want to eat their cakes and have it. But so that's not fair.
That's the situation we find ourselves in. And that's the more reason why we are letting everybody know that if it continues, then Cocoa Board will have to take a decision. Because if you spend all the amount of money buying fertilizers, buying insecticides and all that to support the farmers, and it is smuggled out of the system, where would you be able,
differential.
Yes, where would you be able to have the money to pay for all these services? Because day in, day out, you have farmers making demands legitimate. And sometimes, of course, out of expectations. That we want this done for us. How would that services be paid for? It will be paid for out of revenue from the industry. But if revenue from the industry is now going into different countries, then it will be difficult for us to support them in this regard. So yes, we are mindful. Yes, it is our wish to be able to pay how much our neighboring countries are paying and pay them more, just like we've done over the years. But it should not be a justification that, well, because at this time around someone is paying you more, it justifies it's for them to smuggle it. It comes at a cost, and the cost is not one I'm sure we've all agreed that that is the way to go.
Okay, but do you think in the next few months we should be at par or even start paying better than Ivory Coast, that like we have done the last 5 years, like you mentioned?
I wouldn't want to usurp the powers of a very important committee, that is the Producer Price Review Committee. What is chaired by the Minister of Agri. We have farmers and all industry players who are part of this committee. They take the decision as to how much farmers are supposed to be paid. As we speak, that committee has not met. And I will only wait when there's a signal, then I can speak to you about it. But of course, the concern has come up. People are discussing it, that if you do the cost-benefit analysis, what should be the way to go? But we are not there yet, so I will not be able to speak to that.
Okay. So away from smuggling, Kalamse, climate change. So a few days ago, I was in a climate change training. Very big topic, and it looks like we're overlooking it. But how much impact is climate change having on our cocoa production?
It's huge. Very huge. The impact of climate change is huge because if you look at production trends, it has changed. In fact, now our research wing is even developing a manual on how we even do our farmer education and sensitization. Over the years, we know, like, okay, between this period to that period, that's when you have the rainfall pattern. You have the rain at a point. You have Hamatan at this season. These days, you sometimes have rainfall during December. And June, July, where you have rainfall, you have dry spell. So even when you are supposed to apply the fertilizers, because if you apply the fertilizers, the granular fertilizer, you need rainfall for them to melt in order to get into the soil to get production. Your expectation is that you have rainfall within the period. You apply it, there's no rainfall. It affects your production. So its effect is huge. And I think the period where you have the cocoa also flowering. So the reason why we have the light crop and then the main crop is that the main crop beans meets the rainfall. So when the cocoa flowers and there's a huge rainfall, it helps with pod development. This time round, we are having incidents of dry spell within the period where you're supposed to have the rainfall. So there will be there will be flowering, but they will not meet the rainfall, so you don't even get your cocoa.
Meanwhile, you've spent money too.
You spend money. You've prepared, you've done your pruning, you've sprayed your chemicals that is supposed to help with pod flowering, flowering inducers. But because it doesn't meet the rainfall, it affects your production. For someone who is sitting just criticizing, the person will say that, oh, because you have not invested into the industry, that is why you are not having result. But the point is that it did not meet the raining season, for which reason you've lost out.
Wow.
So, and that is just to give you an idea of the impact or the effect climate change is having on our industry. Unfortunately, we rely on rain-fed agriculture as a country, and we are not there yet. At present, Cocoa Board is piloting. In fact, we've done the pilot to a state where we are supposed to roll out fully irrigation. The cost involved so far, those that we have tried, is a little bit on the higher side, so there's the need for us to find one that the farmers will be convinced that indeed it serves the purpose. Because yes, it's about the mathematics. You need to do the cost-benefit analysis. So yes, the effect of climate change is one that is telling on our industry.
But what are the scientists saying? We have the Cocoa Research Institute, no?
Yes, Cocoa Research Institute.
What are they saying? Is it something that we can do to reverse this, or this is out of our hands and is up to nature and we have to just study the pattern and realign? We
need to protect our environment. It is critical. It is critical to protect our environment because if we look at the geography of our country, cocoa production is within our forest zones. And our forest zones, that is where the rainfall pattern is better. In a situation where we are cutting our forest and doing illegal mining, definitely it will have effect on our production as a country. So if we are able to deal with that, it helps. One problem which we've also even identified, and it's even the major problem when it comes to irrigation, is the galamsey, where the river bodies, which we are supposed to use for irrigation. Now the color
is polluted.
Yes, hugely polluted. So you're unable to use it, and it's even adding to the cost of the irrigation system we are trying to introduce. Because you have to then use boreholes, so sinking the boreholes and all that. And sometimes the water quality and the water levels, the quantity you'll be able to get for the purpose is also problematic. So it adds to our cost. So yes, we have a challenge. The scientists are still exploring. They've made some recommendations. They are not sufficient yet, but there's still the need for us to explore further. Yes, their initial proposal is for us to go irrigation. But with irrigation, how do you use the polluted water to irrigate? As we speak, I've even said this on radio before, farmers who are supposed to spray their farms, the water they need to spray their farms, they will have to carry it from home to the farm because the river bodies have been polluted and they're unable to use it.
So the fight against illegal small-scale mining it goes beyond the fact that it's polluting the water bodies and a threat to our, if you like, the supply of water in the coming years. But it's also affecting our cocoa production.
It's huge.
Wow.
The fight against illegal mining, for us, it's at the heart of the survival of the cocoa industry. I say so because I've talked about the water bodies being polluted. I've also spoken about the weather pattern in this area. Another thing is also increasing the costs of farming. Because if the farmers will have to carry water from home to the farm, obviously that is a cost to the farmer which hitherto he wouldn't have to deal with. Another thing is that now even access to labor is difficult for the farmers.
They prefer to go and do galamsey.
Yes.
Wow.
I was talking to a cousin who, she's a lady, a cocoa farmer doing very well. She's unable to even harvest the pods alone. She will need farm hands to do that. But this is a very galamsey endemic area. So the young boys are at the galamsey site. So it's even difficult to get people to help you harvest, not to talk of help you maintain your farm. So that's an additional cost. The other thing that illegal mining is also, the effect is also having on cocoa farming is that they use force in taking their farms from them. They induce them into selling it. And those who refuse to sell, what they do is that they wash the tailings from a nearby farm or a nearby site into the cocoa farmer's farm.
Destroy it.
And destroy the fertility of the land, and the farmer is forced to give it out. So for us, we believe that the fight against illegal mining is one thing that goes straight into the hearts of the survival of the cocoa industry. Failure to deal with it, it will have a huge impact on the cocoa industry.
So I'm sure we know the scale of work that we need to do as a country if we want to maintain our standing and even become the world's leading producer of cocoa. The problems are multifaceted and it needs a multidimensional approach to try and arrest it. We'll end our first part of the interview here, And then the part 2 will focus on what Cocoa Board is doing in terms of their scholarship schemes, their roads network that they are building and all of that, and what Ghana wants to do in terms of refining its cocoa or making finished products of its cocoa beans in the second part of our interview. So thank you very much, Fifi, for your time. We'll continue the part 2 of this interview next week. So stay with us. We're back with part 2 of this interview. My name is Daniel Ojo. This has been another edition of The Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV.
This first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. What is send this guy Akofino? Download to Lemonade Finance.
This first meeting of the third session of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. In spite of the shocks we had during this meeting, I urge you all to see continue to give thanks to the Almighty God, because that is His will. I will also call on the Office of the Official Report to capture the entirety of my closing remarks. But it's important I mentioned some of the things we went through, and we are still trying to come together. We have really endeared ourselves, particularly the leaders, my deputies, to try and build more consensus. But we've had some rather sometimes inexplicable U-turns, and that really sometimes saddens me. I hope in the next meeting we will not go through this experience again. You have shown, like tonight, that you prepared to work and to work hard. So are some of the ministers, particularly this meeting. The Minister of Health has always been with us. He's come around to give us some briefs on many issues. We have had to extend the perimeters of the pre-laying consultations by the Electoral Commission to a very elastic end. And today, we managed to put a position together. I hope and pray that we'll maintain that position. I launched the 30 years of Ghana's Fourth Republican Parliament under the theme 30 Years of Parliamentary Democracy in the Fourth Republic, the journey thus far. We'll be organizing a number of activities. We'll be urging all of you to participate. But let me start the members, and particularly the chair of the organizing committee, the Honorable Member for Abuakwa South, Honorable Samuel Atachia. He's done very, very well. The coordinator, the clerk to Parliament himself, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Insien, and other members. During the course of the recess, in spite of the pressure on you, because I know you are all lacing your boots, apart from a few, to recontest your seats. The minority will be taking the lead, but about 4 or 5 of them have decided to call it a day and not to go back through this stressful experience. We will do all we can through prayers and through whatever means to support you. But please, your record is there to be used by your constituents. And these days, Parliament is a focus, and that's why sometimes I try to call on you to focus on the business of the House. But a lot of you think that Ghanaians could still be taken for granted. Please, let's be more serious than we are. But let me end by expressing my gratitude to the 2 deputy speakers for always stepping in to preside over the business of the House anytime I call on them. My gratitude also goes to the leadership of both sides. As I said, we've tried many, many times to come to some consensus before the Parliament sits. Sometimes we'll not be able to carry that through, but I pray and hope that we will improve on it. I also want to thank the clerk and his deputies and all members of Parliament for what we have achieved so far. I cannot leave out my friends in the Parliamentary Press Corps who regularly bring citizens up to speed on proceedings in their House. We have, as exhibited, been working together to make Parliament more responsive to the needs of the people, to ensure that government, particularly the executive, is more transparent and accountable, and to make this House more effective in the discharge of its duties. I am proud of the progress we've made so far, and I'm confident that this Parliament will continue to grow and improve in the years to come. Honourable members, as you travel to your constituencies to reconnect with your constituents, I can only wish you travel mercies. One of the incidents we experienced today was an accident involving a member on his way to this House. An accident. And that is why I'm drawing your attention to this. Please value your lives, take good care of yourselves, and make sure that we all come back to meet in our next meeting in good health and with great hope for this country. We know how the economy is, but there are signs of recovery. It's for all of us to try and support the efforts, because Ghana first. I end by thanking all of you, particularly for the support you have given me and for the love and respect you have shown. I assure you I will continue to improve on my performance, and together we will make Ghanaians proud of their nation. With this, I declare the Parliament adjourned sine die.
If you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy.
Right there.
Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now, today's conversation is one that has really broken marriages, broken trust. And here, as we love to say, we love to spice up your relationship. So let's give you the ones and twos, things that you do in your marriage that can cause a separation or divorce, and if possible, avert it. So I have here with me, seated in my couch, Anastasia Okine. She is a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl. She is a foundation. They are doing amazing. Later on, we're going to talk about that. Sure. So, Anas, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Great. And we've been sandwiched by the senior accounts manager of Benchmark Marketing, Victor Wellridge. Victor, you're welcome.
Thank you.
I love your gray hair.
Thank you.
Yeah, and Victor is married. Let me just add that too. But Anastasia and I will be doing the conversation. We're just taking a look at what will influence a wife or a husband to hide properties from their spouse. It's a big deal. It's a deal breaker for some people, and till date, it's caused a lot of separation. So we just want to find out, generally, if you say for better, for worse, a man will leave his home and join his wife, the two shall become one. Vic, I just want to find out, what will influence a man to say, okay, I have properties, but I don't want my wife to know about it, I'm keeping it, and until when do you even disclose your assets?
Right. All right, so thank you very much, Paula. It's a pleasure to be on your show.
Oh, the pleasure is all mine.
Yeah. Yeah, so this particular topic is a very big deal when it comes to marriage. Not just marriage, even with friendships and people in relationships. You know, keeping things, coveting things, hiding things, secrets. Secrets are always a major topic in any relationship. That determines the make or break of it. So when somebody keeps a secret, with your phone, your password, it starts from there, you know, password issues. So in a relationship, I want to start from a certain angle. So when you're in a relationship and then you quarrel and argue about passwords, I don't know your password. Every week you change your password. I don't know, I want to know about it. I want to know why you're keeping passwords. And you argue about it, you argue about it, you argue about it. You even break up because of password. Somehow you come back and then one day you decide that let's marry. So you marry. Yet you still have the issue of password in your marriage. You send it into your marriage. What has happened is that you've not solved a problem that has the potential of escalating to something big, as we are discussing in this topic. Okay. Or if you acquiring something and then keeping it from your partner. So if you have mastered the way and will to even keep passwords from your partner, then you can do the same with any other thing. All right? And you see, when you get to a point in your marriage where the marriage now is about convenience, you know, you are married because of the kids, of our one children. And I'm in this marriage because of my children, not you anymore. When the center of attention is not your partner anymore, then you don't see the need to now, you know, be responsible for them or be accountable to them.
Okay,
right?
So you not feeling the responsibility to be accountable to them leads one to hide properties or whatever it is from
yes,
their
it's one of the factors.
It's one of the factors.
It's one of, there are so many other factors.
But let me ask you, you're married.
Yeah.
Would you hide such a thing from your partner, or you are very open?
Well, I'm very, very open. If I will hide anything, then it could be for a good motive. It could be for a reason that maybe I want to buy her a particular car.
You save the good motive for now. Now let's play the devil's advocate. So as Vic described it as a secret, keeping a secret from your partner, I just want to find out from you, if you're married, are you going to declare all your assets to your husband?
So then my question will be, at what point did I acquire these assets, right? So did I acquire them before the marriage or within the marriage? Now, if it is before the marriage, I don't see the need to.
Okay.
Because the thing is that, what am I declaring these assets to you for? What is the end goal, right? Is it to where you come to participate in the sustenance of what I have had before I met you? What is that knowledge of use to you for? If it's not, then I don't see any reason. However, if we are at a certain point in our relationship where declaring it, it's just like, you've got yours, I've got mine. It really doesn't affect anything, whether I know it or not. Okay, I'm just going to say it, but that's just for saying sake, not to get any, you know, contribution or some sort of, you know, ownership or claiming from the partner. No, I'm not gonna declare. I'm not declaring my assets in a relationship that I acquired before the relationship, before the marriage is certified.
So that's the thing. We tend to keep things. I think our generation currently, we tend to keep things from our partners because the people we end up with are not deserving. If you are really in love with someone, if you really chose right, this is the person who is meant for you, this is the person you see building a future with, I don't see what will hinder you from being open to them. These are the people who see your nakedness, you're having a child with the person, for better, for worse, you sleep in the same bed. Like, I don't really, of course, it might be that maybe the person that you're marrying is selfish and you've seen certain characters, as Anas was saying, if you come clean and then we are good. But then I really don't understand it when it's married, because you are married, of course, so how?
You see, something must always go wrong for you to change your character towards your partner, right? So you may have experienced or seen a certain recurring problem with the person, with your partner, and you realize that this guy is not changing. Perhaps he's selfish, all right? So if he's selfish with his things, then why don't you also be selfish with yours? Okay.
But the thing is, wouldn't you have recognized these signs in the premarital stage?
Yes, you have. That's why I mentioned the thing about passwords. You see, it starts from somewhere.
The signs are always
passwords are so
you are
trivial.
dating,
like that's not.
yeah, some people literally break up because of toothpaste. You understand? And how their partner is not using it well. All right? Passwords are a big deal in certain relationships. Okay? You keep passwords, and I don't know why I can't pick your calls. I don't know why I can't know your password to know what's inside your phone.
All right.
And some people go to their bathrooms with their phones.
They're just busy something.
I got stuff to do.
So if you find out that your husband, let's not say you have decided, okay, maybe sometimes if you getting married and then you've acquired properties before the marriage, you love to keep it to yourself. But how would you feel if your partner, maybe of 10 years or 15 years, you find out that he's got a complex. This complex is making money for him and all that. And maybe you have a joint account and this joint account is where you spend money from. How would you feel if would you say you've been betrayed if you find out that your partner had a huge edifice that is fetching him equal money that, you know, he knew nothing about it?
So yeah, that's a problem, because at this point, our agreements within this marriage is we are going to have a joint account. But then if that's the basis of our marriage, right, then to a certain degree, I would want to know, except we agreed on a specific amount. And so whichever way I'm bringing in that income, you don't need to know about it, right? But then if now you've got something elsewhere, and you still demand the same things of me per our marital agreement. I'm a woman, you're a man. What is the foundation of our marriage? Are we playing traditional gender roles here, right? Are we saying that you, the man, are the sole provider of the family we are creating for ourselves, such that to my underwear and everything is on you? And that is what a traditional marriage is. That is what we came to see growing up. I mean, within the context of traditional marriages with our parents and our grandparents and whatnot. Fortunately enough, it's not like that these days anymore. But if we are going that route, right, then I would want to know where else your money is coming from, because that is the agreement from the beginning. If it's not, then I don't care. Again, I'm the person is gonna, okay, so why are you hiding it, sort of? But then was he intentionally hiding it? Such that when he sees me coming, he's trying to put stuff, you know, somewhere else. That is just being malicious.
Let me just put it in there. Can we? Kaba but it's a thing that sometimes they tell women who are going to get married.
Yeah.
Now you are married, so I'd love to get your view on this. In a situation where you made mention that sometimes it's for the good purpose, so maybe for your 10th anniversary, you want to give a big gift to your partner, so then you are hiding this thing from the person. But in the case where you're going to get married and then your mom or your family tells you that, okay, you know, you are going to form a family, but you have to get something for the family. So then as a woman, she's thinking, I need to build a house for my mom, but I don't have to tell my partner. So you start the project, you buy the land, you start the project, you are building, and then your husband, it might be your money or Odo, but then for your husband to find out that, okay, you are building a home or a house for your family and I knew nothing about it. I just want to know, are you obligated to tell the man that you are in the same house, the same room with that? This is the project I'm doing for my family. Maybe this is the project I'm doing for my sister. Or you say you move like that. Does that work? Oh, I'm just doing my thing. Does that work in marriage? Or once you come together, it should be a partnership?
Yes, absolutely. You see, once you're in a legal agreement with someone, unless maybe you just go and do the traditional, even the traditional thing is now legal. So once you're in a legal agreement with someone, whatever you do, whatever you acquire within that legal agreement, it's for both of you. So if the lady decides that I'm building a family house for her family, and she's doing that secretly, and I find out, sorry, I can take her to court. I can take her to court, and then the court will decide how that property will be distributed or shared. Definitely it won't go to her family. You understand? Because whatever it is, the resource that she's using to build that particular building would come from maybe the peace of mind I have given her at home. There's a certain stake, whether it is monetary or psychological. I have given her a certain peace of mind to be able to acquire wealth to build for her family. So I have a stake in there. Let me give you a story. So there was this banker who decided to divorce his wife of over 30 years of marriage for a younger lady. Then he decided to just let her go with nothing.
No compensation.
Nothing. You understand? And the lawyer for the lady, the woman who was basically facilitating the process, did some digging and discovered that this man on retirement had built a 5-bedroom apartment somewhere.
Never knew.
The wife never knew all the period they were married, and he was planning to go and live there with his new bride. You understand? Once that was disclosed, it was tendered in the courts that this man has a property. Therefore, if he's leaving the wife, that property should be given to the wife. And he had another apartment or another building. So he can live in that and the new one given to the wife. So this man literally intentionally did not want to give anything to his wife. You understand? But it was discovered and the courts took it for her because he acquired it whilst they were married.
They were married. And I said, it looks like you want to counter that.
Yeah, because the thing is, now I would want to ask, what was the basis of the divorce? He asked for the divorce, isn't it?
Yeah.
And why did he ask for a divorce? Because automatically when you ask for a divorce, as one partner in a relationship, you are 70% or some sort of percentage guaranteed to walk away with nothing from the marriage. Right? Now, if it's based on infidelity, that's where you have some sort of security that you're going to get something out of it.
Okay.
Yeah, but this was not based on infidelity.
And the man wants to just bounce.
She did not, well, he said he doesn't have any property, doesn't own anything. That was his argument, right? Yet, he had built a 5-bedroom house. He wanted to go and live in with his new bride. So he was literally hiding it. So when it was discovered, the court took it for the wife.
Well, it's somebody's situation, but I think it's all these things that we have. But then, as a woman, what will make you suspicious that maybe my husband is hiding something? Because it all starts with the suspicion, and the people start digging and they realize that they have properties.
Right.
What are some of the signs?
What would be a sign? I feel like if you don't go looking for them, you will not find them, first of all. Now, if you go looking, it's probably, I mean, based on maybe they are trying to hide certain documents from you. You see certain text messages or you've heard something, I don't know. But personally, I would not go poke. If they don't find it, they don't think I'm worthy or I should know about what they are doing.
You're not going to push it.
I'm not going to push it, especially if I know that I have no contribution towards it. And if that's not that's not how we operate in our marriage, I'm not going to push it. But then if I don't, I expect him also not to push it when he also recognizes that I'm also doing stuff aside.
Okay, so it all boils down to the agreement in the marriage. If
Exactly.
you guys are like, okay, we are building properties, but then in the case when it's a loving relationship, you put your all into it. So those who put their all into it and find out that they've been cheated, they are the ones that, it hurts most. But then if we're like, we are
But
there
the thing
together.
is, even with the all also means that what are we operating by? Right? Like we said from the beginning, you are a hard-working woman. And I always feel for a lot of men because in our setting, right, mostly women are the ones who are going to end up losing at the end of the day when it comes to a divorce. How many times have we seen men walking on the streets mad and the reason for their mental whatever is because
heartbreak and all that? It happens, but then
Compared
to women,
compared to women, way more than women.
Okay, I have to do the research.
Way more than women.
No.
Okay.
See, if you just walk out there, counts all the men you see out there.
Maybe
they are more than women. And most of them, you see, the thing is, the emotional instability and emotional issues women have the tendency to absorb and contain it better than men.
I think it's true. No, a lot of women enjoy a lot of things. It's true. In marriages, you have to go in there. You're thinking, oh, for the men, for the kids, for all that, and then the state. So that's why a lot of women end up.
And a lot of men even die before their wives. So many men die before their wives. Just look at.
But that's not because of emotional instability.
No, I'm just talking about. You see, women have a certain tenacity to hold things.
Because the society has made us done so.
Yes. So
as a woman.
So the woman has adapted to it. The man hasn't.
All right. So we can go on with that, but then I just want us to take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. This is Moons and Candles on GhanaWeb TV. Now we're coming to you from Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. You can walk in anytime from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. daily. And the services here are amazing. They have haircut here, braiding for the ladies and the gents too. You even have dreads. You can come in for your braiding. They do facials and they do pedicure. Walk-in is a conducive place. You can sit, you can chat, you can bring your boyfriends, your girlfriends and all that. So for the women, you can bring your man whilst he's getting a haircut and you're getting braids. They are absolutely good. So you pass by Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall for all the amazing services. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're going back and forth with it and all that. But then I just want to create a scenario. Recently, there was this story in the news where a woman who is married, they have a kid, right? There's another child on the way. But the man is looking for separation, reach my into divorce. Simply put, he realized that his wife was hiding a property, like, apartment where fetches her money, rent. And then she's got other cars where she used for this Uber, boat, stuff like that. And then with all this, the husband never knew. Now, what is more painful is that this woman earns more than the man in salary, right? He had no idea about it. So he's earning like something less than 5,000 cedis monthly. He gives the woman half of that. And she has all these properties that can fetch her money. And then she also makes demands, okay, I want a phone. If he doesn't get it, then she's pissed. So when the man found out that this was what his wife was doing, he's like, this is the death of me. Now the marriage is on the verge of the collapse, and then the woman is like, oh, she will do better. She's going to change the name into their name, and then she did that because she wanted to secure property for the family. That is one of the biggest reasons that people give. Now I want to find out from you, Anas, what the woman did, is it justifiable? And then moving forward, she wants to save her marriage. She's opted that, okay, fine, at this moment I'm willing to change into I messed up. That is what she's saying, just to save her marriage. Do you, from a woman's perspective, do you think what the woman did, the circumstances, the situation at home, and how she handled the issue, milking the husband, while she could easily afford all those things, was it right? Was it the best thing she could have done?
I think what's at play here is a sense of morality and legality, right? So I feel like in a situation like this, we can't judge right and wrong. A lot of people don't base off right and wrong off morals. It's based on the law, right? In this sense, who is this woman? I think she's very malicious and whatever, vicious, wicked, whatever the word is in the books. However, I don't think because it looks like the trajectory of their relationship, the man was the provider.
Yeah.
Right? Exactly. Which had been agreed. That's how come he never had a problem with it from the beginning. What she's done with her money. So what if she wasn't building or acquiring assets with the money? What if she was just spending the money anyhow she wanted? What if there was no substantial evidence of that money she's acquired over all those years and such a thing never came out? Would that have been a problem? I feel like the man is being overly emotional.
So Wait, if you were the husband and then you found out this was what your husband was doing, how would you handle it? Will you feel like, okay, your husband is being, you know, acting also emotional?
My thing is, over all these years, has he ever inquired about how much she earns?
As far as is your word, you tell me, okay.
Exactly. So that means that in this marriage, to him, how much she earned or whatever she was bringing to the house had never been a problem. Why is it a problem now? The fact that I use this to acquire something? Does that make sense?
Well,
it was never a problem, was it? How much I was earning, what I was using my money for was never a problem, right?
But then it is a problem when it becomes marriage, because we are in this together. We are building a family. If you in debt, if you have a debt, two people have to come together and in marriage, right? It is not your problem, as you say. Once you're married, your problem is my problem. My joy is your joy. So in such a situation, the man is wanting else. The woman is saying, "Oh, you know, I'm going to change the name and all that." Think if you ever find yourself in that situation, what would you do? Are you going to ask for a divorce? Are you going to leave? And how is even your trust going? How are you going to regain your trust in your wife?
You see, this situation is very, very serious, but at the same time has a certain moral lesson for everybody to learn. The seriousness of the matter is this: what if the man had died, maybe a natural death, you know, before knowing all of this? It would have been wasted efforts by the lady, since she said she was doing all this for the family, right?
For her family.
For her family, not her nuclear family, her extended family.
For her, yeah.
It even makes the situation even worse. You understand? It makes it worse. It explains the fact that she did not have the man in mind, and you said the man is malicious, but I think
the woman is malicious.
Yes,
morally.
I mean, exactly.
But
So
legally, she's not.
she still is. You see, the fact is, if you do that to your partner, you literally hate him. You understand? You are his worst enemy. He's actually living with his worst enemy without knowing. You understand? She might have good intention for her family, her extended family. They are happy she's doing it for them, right? But her nuclear family is suffering as a result of that. And the man whom she claims she is one with is the one most suffering from all of this thing. And that makes her very, very evil. You understand? And one hero can be a villain to another person. That's the kind of role she's playing now. She's a hero to her extended family, but she's a villain to her husband. So the fact is that if I were the husband and I realize this, obviously I'll take her to court. I'll take her to court. This is not the time to change name and all that. If I had died, you would still have gone on with the properties and all that, and it would have been in the name of your extended family. What is worse is, what if she dies? How would the children or the child living also benefit from those things? We've had situations where extended families would throw out children from their parents' homes and all that. Has she thought of all of this? I would have taken her to court, and then we will take that property back. And once we take it back, or we split it, I'll take my share out of that and do whatever I want to do with it. Because definitely my money has been part of that building.
Now, before we wrap up this conversation, your advice to couples, like, you know, who find themselves in this situation, whether to leave or to stay, or whether to get a plan B or not to get plan B, generally. I'm going to start with you.
Well, for me, before you get to that end, before you get there, I will advise that first off, try and solve the problem of trust. All right? Start with the little things, from the password, from the phone issues, from the gossip issues, from the secret issues. You know, the more you open and then you disclose, the first one is self-disclosure. So if both of you expose yourselves to what can you tell me about the deep things about yourself? What can I tell you about the deep things about myself, my fears, my worries, and all those? If you're able to have that self-disclosure going, the more we do that, the more the trust is built. Okay. And so if you decide to take any action in future, you definitely will put a thought to what I would think about it before you even take any action. Okay. And moreover, let's be good to our partners so that when they are doing something, they will have us in mind and it will be in a good way.
So be good to your partner, then they also include you in their plans.
Yeah.
And as your final words.
Well, I think communication would really have to be key. I mean, do whatever you can to know the person you're about to settle with if you decide to take that step, right? Also, for women, please know the law. Don't leave the nuances of, you know, I love him so much, whatever. Love is not, I always say love is not blind. Love enlightens you. It's only people who think love is blind that when things are going on, you know, when bad things are going on in a relationship, they don't see them. Like, you don't pay attention to your partner anymore to an extent that you don't see that things are worrying them. That is love being blind. That's not healthy love. You want to build a healthy life, and that's based on, or the foundations has to be effective communication, transparency. Do not settle for what you know that you don't like just because you want to be in a marriage or you want to be in a relationship. Then 5 years, 10 years down the line, you've got problems with it, and this person is understanding you. You were okay with it like 5 years ago or 2 years ago, and all of a sudden you want to change the rules. Be truthful with yourself. Be transparent in this relationship. Make sure that you know this person well enough. If you cannot be that secured, know the law, know what happens if always be prepared for the worst, I think.
Okay.
I mean, pray and whatever, but also know that things could go wrong.
Great.
And be prepared for it.
All right. So, to wrap up, I'll just say this few words. Life is simple, life is short, things are not complicated. And once you enter into a marriage, know the rules that govern that institution. If you are not willing to be open, to be transparent, to share your properties, then I don't think marriage is for you. Because if I'm bringing in my all and then you want to play smart and then my trust is broken, that's how a lot of women end up, being heartbroken. They're on the streets and they look very miserable. Marriage is simple. You have to be open to your partner. And if you think this person is not deserving to know your properties, to know the things you've acquired, then they are not the right person. It's better you wait until when you are free and when you are okay, you trust in a human, then you can say you are getting married. So please, don't enter into marriage and then you are playing your cards like, oh, I'm doing this alone. It's for better, for worse. The two shall become one. Yeah, so we did today's conversation. We had it here at the Andy's Barber Studio, located at the Legon City Mall. When you walk in here, you get great haircut. Now, so if you're a guy, you want to look good, I don't know, for that big date, for that big cut, you want to make a bold statement, I say that you come to Andy's Barber Studio here at the Legon City Mall. They have pedicure, they do facials, they do braiding for my ladies too, so you can walk in anytime. So I did this with Anastasia Okai. She's a content creator and the co-founder of Hey Girl Foundation, and then Victor Wellrich. Yes, Victor, he is the senior accounts manager at Benchmark Marketing. Thank you very much, guys, for coming. I just want to put out your social media handle if you want to reach out to you.
Yeah, at Victor Wellrich.
Wellrich, across all social.
Yeah.
And as you?
Yeah, Anasika_anymore.
Okay, great. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be back with another exciting conversation here on Moons and Cuddles. I am Paula Amabuni. Thank you very much and see you on the next episode.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, back canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Honorable members, please be seated. Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members of this august House, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to the House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver the message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this august chamber of the following distinguished personalities. We are blessed with the presence of the following persons: Her Excellency Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, First Lady of the Republic. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Honorable members, may we have some silence. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia. Honorable members, we have with us Your Lordship, the Chief Justice, Justice Enim Yebua. And we have Madam Alice Adjoa Yunus, the spouse of number 3. Honorable members, we have the Honorable Chief of Staff, Madam Frema Osei Opare. You know, she is the most senior-most of my wives. We also have the distinguished chairman of the Council of State. You know very well, this gentleman has been with us for some time. Nana Otuo Sribwa, and members of the Council of State. Our revered members of the National House of Chiefs, Nimen, Namen, Nananum, Togbe, Namine, they are all present here with us. You have a large team of Your Excellencies, the Dean, and members of the Diplomatic Corps. And we are also blessed with the presence of Your Excellencies, the former President, John Ajekum Kufuor. And we have Your Excellency, the former President, John Dramani Mahama. Honorable members, may we have some order, please? Honorable members, let me, before I proceed, apologize to my lords, the justices of the Supreme Court, for not mentioning them appropriately. I acknowledge your presence, my lords. We have also with us distinguished heads of our independent governance institutions, such as the National Media Commission, the National Commission on Civic Education, the Electoral Commission, the Audit Service, the National Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice. We have the chairman and the Secretary Generals of our political parties with us. I'm sure with their support, we'll keep you well disciplined inside here. We have members of the Parliamentary Service Board and the former Right Honourable Speakers of Parliament. We have our distinguished former clerks of parliament, particularly the veteran SN Dakwa, who started it all with KN Ayinsu before we gained independence. He is here with us. I hope you are learning from his pen. He has written a number of books on how Parliament works. We have our development partners with us, and also representatives of various civil society organizations. You know, on a daily basis, we have a very important partner present in the House and also in all our constituencies. I'm referring particularly to our friends from the media. They are here with us. And whatever you do here will be linked to your people in your constituencies. It's not a reminder to be of good behavior, but you know what that means. Honorable members, I now have the greatest pleasure to invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to be here in this august House to perform once again one of the most pleasant duties on the calendar of the President of the Republic. That is to give honorable members and the Ghanaian people a message on the state of the nation in fulfillment of Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic. In accordance with protocol and convention, it is good to see that my wife, the First Lady, Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Vice President Mahamadou Bawumia, the spouse of Mr. Speaker, Mrs. Alice Adjoa Jonas Bagben, Chief Justice Kwesi Enin-Yeboah and Justices of the Supreme Court, Chairperson Nana Uto-Sribo II and members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff of the Office of the President, the Honorable Akusia Frima Osei Opare, and officials of the Presidency, the Chief of Defense Staff, Vice Admiral Seth Amwama, the Inspector General of Police, Dr. George Akufo-Dampare, and the various service chiefs are all present. Mr. Speaker, the House is also duly honored by the welcome attendance of the former presidents of the Republic, Their Excellencies John Agyekum Kufuor and John Dramani Mahama. The former First Lady, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings, and the Dean and members of the Diplomatic Corps. Mr. Speaker, it is the 8th of March today, and that means it is International Women's Day, the day set aside globally to honor all women. Please allow me to acknowledge and appreciate the significance of the day and heartily congratulate women all over the world, and especially women in Ghana, for the role they play in realizing the dreams, cares, and aspirations of humankind and of this great nation. The presence of women leaders at both the local and national fronts have advanced rights, enhanced equality, and in general, improved the living standards and quality of lives of all concerned, including that of men. The theme for this year recognizes and celebrates women who are championing the advancement of transformative technology and digital education. Mr. Speaker, apart from my own personal fond memories as a member of this House, Parliament stands as a symbol of our democracy and its values. It stands as a reminder to all of us that our country has chosen to travel on the path of democracy, and at the heart of that journey is the idea that the government can only govern with the consent of the people. Mr. Speaker, it is important that we stress this point because after 30 years of democratic practice, we may be tempted to take it for granted. We need to remind ourselves that our compatriots, the majority of whom are in their early adulthood, have no personal recollection of the struggles that got us to this point in our development. In the same way that only a small percentage of our population can recall life under colonial rule, similarly, the memory of dictatorship, one-party rule and military rule is receding into the dim past, and the struggles that have brought us so far are disappearing into the recesses of history. However, because Parliament directly represents the citizens of our nation in this hallowed chamber, it will always be the reminder of those struggles. It is important we never forget that democracy is not a static achievement, but a process that needs continuous nurturing. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we must remind ourselves that in our country's political history, it is the restoration of Parliament to its proper place that has always symbolized the restoration of power to the people. And dare I say that when constitutional rule is interrupted, it is Parliament that is shut down. The other arms of government continue to operate. 30 years ago, this House convened for the first time to mark the commencement of the Fourth Republic. The early years of the return to democracy were fraught with challenges, but the years have seen the deepening of our democratic culture to a point where a candidate of the minority side in Parliament today presides as the Speaker. This is no mean achievement. Given the way the numbers shaped up in the House after the 2020 elections, many cynics and skeptics predicted a doomsday scenario for this Parliament. But instead of a meltdown, we have witnessed considerable cooperation and unity of purpose among all parties and factions. This is to a large extent a measure of the maturity of our political culture and democracy. We will need even more of such bipartisan maturity to meet the challenges confronting us at this time. Today, we live in a country in which we enjoy complete freedom of expression, freedom of association, freedom of assembly, freedom of religion, and political affiliation. Indeed, freedom of speech has now reached such heights that even members of the diplomatic corps feel able to join in our national discourse and pronounce on matters that will be problematic for Ghanaian diplomats in their countries of origin. Nevertheless, Mr. Speaker, it seems to me the important thing in our free speech environment is actually to try and hear each other instead of raising the decibel level of our individual points of view. Mr. Speaker, to come before this House to deliver a message on the state of the nation is a symbol and practical demonstration of accountability. And I have always treated the occasion with the utmost respect. This address offers us, as usual, the opportunity to provide an honest assessment of our country's situation and seek the support of all in addressing it with hope and confidence. Mr. Speaker, when we make an assessment of what the state of the nation is, it would necessarily have to include what state it was in yesterday, the state it is in today, and what state it will be tomorrow, based on reasonable grounds of expectations. How far back should we be looking to make a judgment on the state of affairs today? Mr. Speaker, I believe that the issue above all that is quite properly dominating the concerns of all Ghanaians is the gravity of the economic situation of our country and how we can quickly stabilize the economy and work our way back to the period of rapid economic growth. Our currency has been buffeted, our inflation rate has been very high, and for the first time in our lives, debt exchanges have become the language of everyday conversation. As such, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a departure from the usual format of messages on the state of the nation and concentrate predominantly on the economy, which will enable me nonetheless also to make some statements about the state of our agriculture, education, energy, health, infrastructure, mining, tourism, and security. This is not to belittle the contribution of the other sectors to the growth of our country, but I believe the exigencies of the moment justify the position I am taking, particularly as all sector ministers continue to provide official updates on happenings in their respective sectors. I have said, and many others, including the managing director of the IMF, have said that our economy was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine, was doing well until COVID-19 and the war in Ukraine took us off course. Mr. Speaker, I will be heard. Hansard has to record me. I will be heard. Maybe because of the severity of the present difficulties, or maybe because it suits their preconceived agenda, some people are unwilling to accept that we were on a good trajectory until the arrival of COVID-19. The Ghanaian people, however, accepted this proposition as evidenced in the results of the 2020 presidential election, which were unanimously endorsed and upheld by the 7-member panel of the Supreme Court. Mr. Speaker, allow me to go on a short trip down memory lane and remind ourselves what things look like back at the beginning of 2020, when I came to this House to give an account on the state of our nation. This is what I told this House on 20th February 2020, and I quote, Mr. Speaker, in 3 years, we have reduced inflation to its lowest level, 7.8% in January 2020 since 1992. For the first time in over 40 years, we've had a fiscal deficit below 5% of GDP for 3 years in a row. For the first time in over 20 years, the balance of trade, that is the difference between our exports and imports, has been in surplus for 3 consecutive years. Our current account deficit is shrinking, interest rates are declining, and the average annual rate of depreciation of the CD, as it is lowest for any first-term government in the Fourth Republic. Our economic growth has rebounded to place Ghana among the fastest-growing economies in the world for 3 years in a row, at an annual average of 7% GDP growth, up from 3.4% in 2016, the lowest in the 3 decades.
May we listen in silence? Please, it's my duty to protect our guests, and I will do so without fear or favor.
The international investor community has recognized the development, resulting in Ghana today being the largest recipient of foreign direct investment in West Africa. The sovereign credit rating agencies have upgraded our ratings and also improved the outlook for this year, notwithstanding the fact that it is an election year, unquote. Mr. Speaker, that is where we were at the end of February 2020. 3 weeks after this speech, in which I expressed our sympathies and solidarity with China on the difficulties they were having with the new virus, our world changed. The virus I refer to arrived in our country and in the rest of the world with a vengeance. Within weeks, we were in the middle of a lockdown. Our airports and land borders were closed. Schools and factories and even markets were closed. The hospitality industry was brought to its knees. Our economy, like much of the rest of the world, went into a tailspin. We took many decisions, and we did many things which, according to the science, were the most reliable and trusted ways to save lives and livelihoods at the time, which may look strange and unnecessary today, but that is from the safe perspective of not waking up to check on the COVID-19 infection or death rate. Indeed, there were some who suggested that we cancel the national identification registration exercise and even postpone the 2020 general elections. Who would have thought that today anybody would be questioning the fumigation of schools and markets? I recall vividly the straight talking I received from a group of our most eminent physicians and other scientists on the urgency of fumigating all public spaces, including offices, schools, hospitals, markets, churches, and mosques. The few who could afford it even fumigated their own homes. Today, the science might be that such measures make no difference to the spread of the virus, but criminality or reckless spending cannot be ascribed to the decision to undertake such measures. Mr. Speaker, you might remember that we could not produce Veronica buckets fast enough. Today, it is not an obligatory item on anyone's list of purchases. In dealing with the crisis generally, I did not meet anyone brave enough to suggest the considerations of money should be a hindrance to anything we needed to do in the fight against the virus. I was, and I am grateful that the people of Ghana rose to the occasion, and together we went through the crisis and came out well by defying the doomsday predictions about the inevitability of dead bodies on our streets. I'm grateful that we saw the wisdom in helping each other, and I thank those who contributed their expertise, time, and energy to the fight against the virus. And I thank those who contributed to the COVID-19 fund that was set up to help us meet some of the expenditures. The economic consequences from the pandemic have been devastating. Mr. Speaker, it is precisely because the economic fallout from the pandemic is so widespread and long-lasting that it is important to show clearly that the COVID-19 funds, were not misused. It is critical that we do not lose the confidence of the people that a crisis that they were led to believe we were all in together was abused for personal gain. Mr. Speaker, it was government that asked for the COVID funds to be audited, and I can assure this House that nothing dishonorable was done with the COVID funds. The responses from the Ministers for Health and Finance on January 23rd and 25th, 2023, respectfully, have sufficiently laid to rest the queries from the Auditor General's report, and I believe any objective scrutiny of these statements from the Health and Finance Ministries would justify this conclusion. We did provide 518 million cedis of grants and loans to micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises through the NBSSI, now the Ghana Enterprise Agency, in which 302,515 enterprises benefited, of which 60% were women-owned. These were MSMEs that were in distress as a result of the pandemic. For some traders, the receipt of 1,000 cedis made the difference between the ruin of the household and survival. In addition, 58,041 health workers were empowered to supplement the existing health sector workforce. Subsequently, all of them have been absorbed as permanent workers in the health sector. Frontline health workers were also granted 50% tax relief for the period. Was that something to regret? We should be ever grateful for the work that so many people did to keep all of us safe. All households enjoyed free water supply and huge discounts on electricity bills because access to water was a necessity to ensure people adhere to hygiene practices, and access to electricity was important as everybody was encouraged to stay at home. It also provided an economic cushion to protect lives and livelihoods at a time of difficulty. Today, the government's support for utility bills is being projected by some as a waste, or to use that word so beloved of some commentators, profligate. Mr. Speaker, the government took a deliberate decision to try and keep the inevitable disruptions across all our lives down to a minimum in the education sector by opening schools and education institutions as soon as it was made safe to do so. It was an expensive undertaking and not universally popular. But faced with the prospect of a whole generation of our children losing irreplaceable years of education, and the real likelihood of many of them dropping out of school, however, forever, we took the brave decision to open the institutions. Even then, it is worth pointing out that the school year has not yet fully returned to the predictable pre-COVID calendar. After the event, some might be tempted to forget the volumes of sanitizer and other logistics it took to keep the schools open and safe. In much the same way as some might now choose to forget the vitriol that came from some who should have known better, threatening hell and damnation when, according to them, the children start dying in the schools. Mercifully, we did not lose a single child to COVID in school. I would like to suggest that with the best will in the world, Mr. Speaker, no auditor can put a figure on the cost of keeping the children in school safely during that crisis, nor the continuing cost of the effect of the pandemic on our young children. Not the financial cost, not the emotional cost, and certainly not the social cost. But we must thank the Almighty that we have survived to repair the damage and begin to rebuild our economy. Beyond the use of COVID funds, there are legitimate questions being asked about how the country's debt situation got to where it is. Mr. Speaker, let me state emphatically that we have not been reckless in borrowing and in spending.
Honorable members, it's not yet your time to say, wait until that time arrives. Please, honorable members, I will allow spontaneous reaction to statements, but I will not allow debate of the statement. Your Excellency, you may proceed.
It is worth noting that the debts we're serving were not only contracted during the period of this administration. Mr. Speaker, we have spent money on things that are urgent, to build roads and bridges and schools, to train our young people and equip them to face a competitive world. Considering the amount of work that still needs to be done on the state of our roads, the bridges that have to be built, considering the number of classrooms that need to be built, the furniture and equipment needs at all stages of education, considering the number of children who should be in school and are not, considering the number of towns and villages that still do not have access to potable water, I dare say no one can suggest we have overborrowed or spent recklessly. Yes, I've been in a hurry to get things done, and this includes massive developments in agriculture, education, health, irrigation, roads, rails, ports, airports, sea defense, digitization, social protection programs, industrialization, and tourism. We can be justifiably proud of the many things that we have managed to do in the past 6 years. As I go around the country, I hear the pleas for more roads, schools, hospitals, and as the rainy season comes, I wish, as every other Ghanaian does, that would have built more drains than we have. And I wish we had the resources to do more. But Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of the amount of work that we have done, especially in the road sector. Roads constitute the largest number of questions asked in this House by members of Parliament. A large amount of the monies we borrow are for road construction. Shall we dare stop constructing roads? Mr. Speaker, I would like to state categorically that this government has built more roads than any government in the history of the Fourth Republic. And Mr. Speaker, the details of all these roads are attached in the annex to this message. I have done so because last year when I made a similar pronouncement, I was met with howls and gasps of incredulity from the minority benches. And so I thought it appropriate this time to present it as an annex to the statement. Which will be part of Hansa. Beyond the construction of roads, Mr. Speaker, this MPP administration has implemented successfully a national identification system with the Ghana card, constructed more railways than any government in the Fourth Republic, established the Zongo Development Fund to address the needs of Zongo and inner city communities. And under their auspices, we have conducted more infrastructure in the Zongo communities than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Constructed more NCA licensed fiber optic cable than any other government in the Fourth Republic. 90%, 93% of the total. Increase the proportion of the population with access to toilet facilities from 33% to 59%. Increase the number of public libraries from 61 from independence until 2017 to 115 in 2022. Providing more equipment, vehicles, ammunition, etc. to security services than any other government in the Fourth Republic. We have successfully implemented the digital address system, improved significantly the financing of governance and anti-corruption institutions like the Ministry of Justice and Office of the Attorney General, the National Commission for Civic Education, SWAG, EYOCO, and the Office of the Special Prosecutor. Implemented the One District, One Factory initiative. In 4 years, 106 companies are in operation under 1D, 1F. 148 factories are under construction. This is the largest expansion of that sector since independence. Constructed more fish landing sites than any other government in the Fourth Republic. Established Africa's first national-scale electronic pharmacy platform. Provided free Wi-Fi to 700 senior high schools, 46 colleges of education, 260 district education offices, an initial successful pilot of 13 public universities. Introduced drones in the delivery of critical medicine, vaccines, and blood to people in remote parts of the country. And today, Ghana has the largest medical drone delivery service in the world, with zipline distribution centers in Ominako, Mpanya, Vobsi, Sefiriuoso, Ketekrachi, and Enum, and overseen an improvement in revenue collection with the introduction of an EVAT and e-invoicing system. For example, figures from 19 tax-paying companies onboarded onto the EVAT system reveal total recorded monthly sales increasing from 222 million cedis in November 2021 to 720 million cedis in November 2022. Again, in December 2021, total monthly sales of 284 million cedis also saw a huge increase to 1 billion cedis in December 2022. Indeed, the evidence of how state funds have been used to improve our society is all over the country. No district or constituency has been left out. And I believe there are many Ghanaians who will vehemently disagree when some say there's nothing to show for all the funds that have been at my government's disposal. Mr. Speaker, I would like at this stage to brief the House on how the talks with the International Monetary Fund have been going since the announcement on 1st July 2022 of our intention to engage the IMF for a funded program. Mr. Speaker, having reached a staff-level agreement on 12 December 2022, after 5 months of intense negotiations and completion of most of the prior actions required under the agreement, we are on course for the IMF staff to present to the IMF Executive Board Ghana's program request for a $3 billion extended credit facility by the end of this month. Mr. Speaker, the 3-year IMF program, anchored on government's post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, aims at restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability whilst protecting the vulnerable. It is a strong reform program which relies on front-loaded fiscal measures to increase domestic resource mobilization and streamline public expenditures to support inclusive growth and enhance social protection. Mr. Speaker, I thank the House for its support throughout this process, including the passage of key revenue laws. However, a few more of these measures, namely the Income Tax Amendment Bill, the Excise Duty and Excise Tax Stamp Amendment Bills, as well as the Growth and Sustainability Levy Bill, are outstanding, which need the urgent attention of the House and passage to complete the prior actions. This will put us in readiness for our presentation to the Fund Board, and more importantly, bolster our domestic revenue mobilization efforts. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that given the extent of the fiscal and debt sustainability issue we are addressing, fiscal adjustments and structural reforms are not sufficient for restoration of debt sustainability. A critical component of the measures we're implementing to address the current economic crisis is the debt operation involving both domestic debt and external debt. The debt operation is aimed at returning the country to debt sustainable path by 2028 by reducing the debt to GDP ratio on a general classification basis and in present value terms from 103% in 2022 to 55% by 2028, and reducing the external debt service to revenue ratio from 29% in 2022 to 18% by 2028. Mr. Speaker, in order to achieve these goals, the decision was taken to execute a domestic debt exchange program, in addition to fiscal adjustment, external debt operation, and structural reforms. The participation rate of 85%, representing tendered bonds of 83 billion cedis out of the total eligible bonds of 97.7 billion cedis, constitutes significant success for the DDE program. The 83 billion cedis bonds that were successfully tendered also represents 64% of the outstanding domestic debt of 130 billion cedis at the end of December 2022, as pension funds have been expressly exempted from the DEP. I want to take this opportunity to thank organized labor, pensioners, pension fund managers, the Ghana Association of Banks, the Ghana Securities Industry Association, the Ghana Insurance Association, the Individual Bondholders and Retirees Forum, and all others who have contributed to make the domestic debt exchange program a success. Mr. Speaker, I know it has been said over and over again in the past weeks, but the voluntary nature of the DDE program bears repeating, as is the fact that the government is committed to honoring all coupon payments and maturities in respect of both old bonds and the new bonds, in line with government fiscal commitments. Mr. Speaker, we're also making progress on the external debt negotiations since the government announced an external debt service suspension on 19 December 2022 for certain categories of external debt to ensure an orderly restructuring. This suspension is an interim emergency measure toward a comprehensive external debt operation which will contribute to the restoration of our debt sustainability in line with our request for debt treatment under the G20 Common Framework. I want to express our appreciation to members of the Paris Club and to the People's Republic of China for the cooperation they have so far exhibited to us in attempting to reach an agreement and in their attempt to establish an official credit committee. We look forward to their fast-tracking the needed financing assurances for IMF approval. We are confident that with their cooperation, we will reach our March deadline for going to the fund. Mr. Speaker, we remain resolute in our vision to restore macroeconomic stability and promote inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that sustained growth must be deliberate, especially in a global landscape marked by forces of technology, trade, and intense competition. It requires a combination of leadership, social cohesion, and deep investments in core capabilities of people, firms, and institutions to harness our opportunities. That is why, together with our private sector counterparts, we're anchoring Ghana's medium-term growth drivers on competitiveness, integration, adaptation, and digital innovation, all aimed at raising per capita GDP from the current $2,500 to $4,500, aligning with the Ghana Beyond Aid Charter by 2020. Mr. Speaker, concluding the arrangements with the fund will not restore our fortunes overnight, but it will set us on the road to recovery. With fiscal discipline, we will regain the trust and confidence of our business partners and the investor community, which will give us space to continue our productive plans and policies. However, in addition to our engagement with the fund, we're also seeking and implementing some original and innovative ideas to try to solve our problems. For example, the Gold Purchase program by the Bank of Ghana and the Gold for Oil policy are creative uses of our resources, which are already bearing fruit. These policies are aimed at achieving two results that are critical to the health of our economy. Firstly, they will help us preserve foreign exchange, especially the US dollar. And secondly, they will enable us to stabilize the price of oil products, such as petrol and diesel, on the domestic market. We have already seen some success on both fronts, with the price of US dollars and petroleum products falling since we announced the policy and began to implement it. The average price of petrol at the pump, which had risen to 20 cedis a litre in the middle of December 2022 is now 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre. The price of diesel had risen to more than 23 cedis and 70 pesos a litre, and is now selling on the average at 13 cedis and 80 pesos a litre, which is a reduction of almost 10 cedis a litre. We expect this trend of falling fuel prices to reflect soon in our daily lives, since transport fares affect the price of everything. I hope the trend of prices going up and down, going up and coming down, become a regular feature of our retail economy, as being demonstrated in the fuel prices. Because as we all know, prices, especially of petroleum products, used only to go up in our country. I do worry about the external expenditure on security at our borders, but we do not have a choice but to spend resources to keep our borders safe. We dare not compromise on the safety and security of our nation. And my first responsibility as your commander-in-chief is to keep all of us safe. The foundation for all development is the safety and security of our nation and its people. The reality of the state of affairs in our neighborhood demands that the government goes to great lengths to ensure the security, safety, and stability of our nation. The threats of terrorism and violent extremism surrounding us require that we pay maximum attention to protecting our borders and working in collaboration with our neighbors to keep our country and the region safe. This is the prime motive for the Accra Initiative, which is already yielding results. Mr. Speaker, I'm able to cite here some of the equipment we have provided the military to help them protect us all. Allow me to list a few. The Army has received 104 armored personnel carriers, 70 utility troop carrying vehicles, 20 armored vehicles, 85 assorted Toyota vehicles, 50 Ankai buses, 40 Jeep Jade vehicles, some explosive ordnance disposal equipment, large quantities of communications surveillance equipment, varying quantities of weapons, and 4 unmanned aerial vehicle systems. And the Ghana Navy has taken delivery of 4 offshore security vessels and 4 Zodiac boats. We've also continued the process of upgrading the housing needs of the security services. The Barracks Regeneration Project Phases 1 and 2, the Military Housing Project Phases 1 and 2, and the Ghana Military Academy Infrastructure Project are expected to be completed and handed over by the end of May this year. Mr. Speaker, we continue to pay attention to the police service. We can now see more of the police on our streets in the urban areas. Ever so gradually, driving on our roads is becoming more orderly. I note that even motorbike riders now stop at traffic lights. Things are improving. $504 housing units comprising 72 one-bedroom and 432 self-contained units have been completed for the police service. Recently, I delivered 100 pickups, 600 motorbicycles, and 6 armored personnel carriers to the police service to boost operational capacity. For the first time in our nation's history, the police service has dedicated helicopters to help with its operations. Mr. Speaker, I must share some good news with the House. I am particularly proud of the dramatic intervention government has made to tackle the long-lasting and utterly disgraceful problem of dilapidated and inadequate number of courts in our country. Many of the courts have not been fit for purpose and do not provide suitable facilities for the efficient administration of justice. The inadequacy means that people have to travel long distances to gain access to courts. As someone who for years earned my living as a practicing lawyer, I have first-hand experience of the unacceptable state of courthouses around the country, and I'm glad to inform the House that we are resolving this problem. Through the Ministry of Local Government and the District Assembly Common Fund, government has embarked on the construction of 120 courthouses with accompanying accommodation for judges across the country. Indeed, 60 have been completed, and the others are at various stages of completion. For the first time ever, we have the happy situation of purpose-built courthouses with accommodation that are waiting for judges to be appointed to put them to use. 6 new regional high courts fitted with judges' residence are also being constructed in the new regions, i.e. Ahafo, Bono East, Northeast, Oti, Savannah, and Western North. 3 of the courts, that is those in Northeast, Oti, and Savannah, have been completed and commissioned. Those in Ahafo, Bono East, and Western North regions will be completed by April. Mr. Speaker, I had the present duty on 17th October 2022 to commission a new modern Court of Appeal complex in Kumasi, together with 20 townhouses and a guest house to serve as permanent residences for Court of Appeal judges based in Kumasi, who are mandated to handle appeals from the northern part of the country. The Asantehene Otunfo Setutu II, who generously gave the land, was present at the ceremony. It is a truly magnificent sight, and I recommend it to honorable members who go to Kumasi to pay a visit and see it for themselves. In addition, 210 vehicles were earlier in 2022 distributed to all judges in the Supreme Court, Court of Appeal, Higher Court, and Lower Courts. Mr. Speaker, it is a well-known fact that in this administration, TVET and STEM feature frequently in all conversations about education. Technical and vocational education are being given the place of honor they deserve. Since the realignment and introduction of free TVET, enrollment in TVET schools has increased from 13,000 in 2021 to 47,000 today. And all the indications are that this is a trend that will continue. In 2022, the TVET service recruited 3,400 staff, the highest in the history of TVET in Ghana, to accommodate this development. I was told last week about one young person who was placed in Achimota School in the current school placement exercise and has turned it down to go to a STEM school. I think we are making progress. The strides we're making in education are already changing lives and changing the narrative. As of this year, nearly 2 million young people have benefited from the free SHS policy. Predictions that the policy would lead to a lowering of standards proved wide, very wide of the mark. On the contrary, the results under the free SHS have shown a systematic improvement, and as a result, 2 million young people have either found a way to further education, training, apprenticeships, or employment because of the free SHS policy. I'm proud of the additional educational infrastructure, especially the provision of ultra-modern classroom blocks for several schools, which are equipped with laboratories, ICT centers, and libraries. The establishment of 10 STEM centers across the country including one in Accra, to aid the study of engineering and robotics. Construction has also started at the University of Agricultural Science in Bunsu in the eastern region. Mr. Speaker, apart from the enhancement of revenue and the judicious use of resources, we are all agreed that we need to do something about our huge import bill. Last year, I set up a 5-member ad hoc cabinet committee to work on a policy to enhance domestic production and export development with a fourfold strategy. 2, 1, reduce the country's import bill in the short, medium, and long term. Enhance domestic productive capacity in selected products. Generate widespread employment opportunities. And 4, diversify and expand our export capacity to Africa and beyond, especially through the vehicle of the African Continental Free Trade Area. In 2021, Ghana's total import bill was put at $13.7 billion United States dollars, according to GRA icons. On the evidence of existing local productive capacity, we have identified a list of 20 priority products in the categories of primary agricultural products, processed foods, and manufactured goods, where we can confidently enhance domestic production. Amongst these are rice, fish, poultry, fruit juice, sugar, tomatoes, vegetable oils, oil palm, fertilizers, pharmaceuticals, soaps and detergents, insulated wire, ceramic products, corrugated paper and paperboard, cement and clinker, and motor vehicles. The report on the implementation modalities to enhance domestic productive capacity in these products has been prepared, and once confirmed with your approval, the new Minister for Trade and Industry will roll out urgently a series of initiatives to implement the government for the youth and women, the Youth Start program. This program seeks to support young entrepreneurs to gain access to capital market training and technical skills, compliance and quality assurance support, and business development support services that will enable them start, build, and grow their own businesses. Mr. Speaker, the Youth Start program was successfully piloted in 2022, with 70 youth-led businesses benefiting from the initial 1.98 million CDs. Subsequently, a total of 288,800 applications have been received and are being processed by the Ghana Enterprise Agency for full operation. Mr. Speaker, government remains committed to infrastructure development. Working with the private sector, we continue to explore the use of public-private partnership arrangements as a financing alternative to the delivery of critical public infrastructure, such as the Accra-Tema motorway extensions, Accra-Takoradi motorway, and the Sogankope-Lome transboundary water supply projects. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the $750 million United States dollar Afro-Exim Bank facility, which has been secured, will make it possible for us to construct many other roads and interchanges, including the long-awaited 4-tier Swami interchange. Mr. Speaker, we have now reached a point where we feel the impact of technology as an irreversible way of life. We have digitized many processes. The Ghana card has become a one-stop shop for Ghanaian identity and its usages. We're fully convinced that our embrace of an investment in information technology and the digital infrastructure will help us to redefine our traditional concepts of time, space, speed, and nature of conducting business within our society, economy, and culture. Information technology helps all segments of society to be integrated and transformed through connectivity in facilitating the production, distribution, and consumption of information within the whole economy and society. We have integrated many processes within the digital environment, and for this, we have to recognize the efforts of many component parts of the government, such as the Ministry of Communications and Digitalization, the National Identification Authority, and especially the Vice President, Dr. Alhaji Mahood Bawumia, who I understand has been nicknamed E. Bawumia. Our need for technological reinforcement within all our structures and spaces is unending, and we will continue to push the frontiers of our engagement with the technologies of information, economic development, and human transformation. We must be cheered by the improvements being made in the National Health Insurance Scheme to make access easier. The scheme is currently one of the better digitalized institutions, and I hope they get the public support that they need. I note in particular with satisfaction that they have developed a self-enrollment mobile application, My NHIS app, that allows Ghana card holders to self-enroll in the scheme, and this application enables registration and renewal for oneself and others by linking NHIS cards to Ghana cards. In 2022, over 5 million members' data was linked to their Ghana card to enable them to access health care using the card. The National Health Insurance Authority has also improved its claim management processes with an emphasis on e-claims and paperless systems at all 4 claims processing centers. In the year under review, electronic claims processing was about 70% of all claim submissions. As of 31st December 2022, the scheme paid a total of 1.014 billion cedis to health service providers. Mr. Speaker, our drone delivery service is firmly established. In Ghana now has 6 centers for zipline drone services, making Ghana the largest aerial logistics distribution network in the world. Zipline, through the national scale drone delivery services, has delivered some 14.8 million units of life-saving medicals, vaccines, and blood products to health facilities in Ghana by the end of 2022. Childhood vaccines top the list with the delivery of 8.3 million doses, followed by 2.05 million doses of COVID-19 vaccines. Mr. Speaker, I must say, however, that the current shortage of some childhood vaccines in the country has concerned me greatly. This shortage, if prolonged, will affect negatively Ghana's childhood immunization program, which has been recognized as one of the most successful in the world. The WHO has only recently expressed worry about a steady decline in measles vaccination coverage globally because of the concentration on the fight against COVID-19. In accordance with our desire not to become part of this global trend, government has taken steps to ensure the stocks of these vaccines are procured and supplied as a matter of urgency and emergency. The Ghana Health Service has developed an elaborate program to catch up on children who have missed their vaccine immediately stocks arrive. Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage all parents and caregivers to ensure that eligible children are vaccinated once this program begins. No child should be denied access to vaccination. Mercifully so far, not a single child has died as a result of the outbreak. This House has already passed into law the National Vaccine Institute Bill, which is yet to be brought for my assent. In the near future, this institute will ensure that no matter what happens to the global vaccine supply chain, we can produce our own vaccines locally. So, Speaker, government continues to prioritize agriculture as one of the driving forces for economic transformation. The experiences and lessons from the COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine conflict justify sufficiently our increased investment in the agricultural sector. Indeed, the sector recorded significant successes with an average growth rate of 6.28% 2017 to 2021. This consistent growth over the period has translated into improved food security, job opportunities along agricultural value chains, and availability of raw materials for industry. To address the vexed issue of post-harvest losses, we have constructed some 65 warehouses, with the remaining 15 at advanced stages of completion. This intervention is adding some 80,000 metric tons to national grain storage capacity. 29.9 million United States dollars worth of machinery and equipment have been procured from Brazil to boost mechanization. Government will this year commence preparatory works for establishing a tractor and backhoe loader assembly plant in the Ashanti region, and continue capacity building of operators to ensure effective management and prolong the lifespan of agricultural machinery. Mr. Speaker, the impact of climate change and variability on global agricultural activities is a call to all of us, and indeed all countries, to adopt appropriate technologies and other innovative practices for sustainable agriculture and resilience against food insecurity. Government's response, among others, has been to continue to invest in irrigation infrastructure, both large and small scale, across the country. In 2022, government completed the rehabilitation and modernization of large-scale irrigation schemes at Tono, Bong, and Bong Left Bank projects. The three schemes are expected to provide 6,760 hectares of irrigable land for all year-round crop production. Phases 1 and 2 of the Tamni irrigation project have also been completed, with phase 3 of the project at 57% completion. Mr. Speaker, we are now at the most difficult stage of electricity provision around the country. The parts that are left are the very difficult to access area. The national electricity access rate increased from 79.3% in 2016 to 88.54% in 2022, making us amongst the top 6 in Africa, and we're still expecting to achieve the 90% universal electricity rate by 2024. To reduce transmission system losses and voltage fluctuations, and to improve the overall quality of power supply, old lines are being replaced on the western, eastern, coastal, and middle corridors. It is worth noting that 3 new substations have been commissioned between 2021 and 2022, thereby improving reliability and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the House that the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, has since the last quarter of 2022 embarked on an aggressive digital transformation program. In the first phase of this program, set to be completed by end of April 2023, the focus is on creating a cashless and efficient payment system. I'm pleased to announce that on 1st March 2023, all ECG district offices became cashless. This is a major achievement by all standards. Since the start of this transformational program, we have so far seen a 25% increase in the monthly revenues. The second phase of the program will see the digitization of postpaid bills and the digital tagging of all meters. In our estimation, these initiatives should increase the monthly revenues of ECG by some 40% before the end of this year. I firmly believe that the initiatives which have been so boldly rolled out by ECG, will make revenue leakage a thing of the past and address consumer pain points in their interactions with ECG. Mr. Speaker, we continue the fight against galamsey with the support of the security agencies in the short term. However, we're determined to promote responsible small-scale mining through community mining schemes. So far, 16 of these schemes have been commissioned, with 3 more to be commissioned by the end of this year. All these schemes are supported with gold catchers, pieces of equipment designed to help small-scale miners to extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury. In 2021, I launched the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program. The program employs several youth in the production of seedlings and reclamation of degraded mine lands. Currently, reclamation is going over 1,000 hectares of degraded lands in Ashanti, Eastern, and Western North regions. Mr. Speaker, on the international front, I should state that having gained a seat as a non-permanent member of the Security Council for the years 2022 and 2023, Ghana, as one of 3 non-permanent African members, is working vigorously to push the African agenda, which includes the fight against terrorism and the reform of the UN Security Council. I'm pleased to state that good progress is being made on the reform of the UN Security Council. A U.S. president, for the first time in the person of President Joe Biden, and the French president, Emmanuel Macron, have both embraced the reform process. It is our hope that the leaders of the 3 other P5 members of the Security Council will soon do the same and help bring about this much-needed reform that will bring greater effectiveness to the work of the United Nations and the Security Council in the maintenance of international peace and security. We continue to be active members of the African Union and ECOWAS and support strongly measures both bodies have taken against unconstitutional changes in government in our region. We're working with our partners in the region to strengthen regional cooperation in the fight against the terrorist menace in West Africa, hence our commitment to the Accra Initiative. Mr. Speaker, our decision to prioritize tourism as a key policy for economic diversification, job creation, and growth is clearly paying off. The World Economic Forum report of 2021 Travel Index ranks Ghana as the #1 tourism destination in West Africa. The potential contribution of tourism and the arts to GDP is therefore one that we must nurture and emphasize. Both domestic and international tourism are rebounding significantly from the severely disruptive impact of COVID on the travel and tour industry. International arrivals nearly trebled last year from a low of 355,158 in 2020 to over 915,000. Domestic visits to tourist sites are also up by over 55.7% during the period. All these have been made possible by deliberate marketing initiatives and upgrades of tourist infrastructure by the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority. The Beyond the Return initiative, which I launched in 2019 as a sequel to the Year of Return, has reignited excitement about Ghana as the hub and a mecca for the global Pan-African, a home every person of African descent must visit at least once in their lifetime. A few days ago, at a historic ceremony in Washington, D.C., we conferred Ghanaian citizenship on Mother Viola Fletcher and her brother, Uncle Red, 108 years and 102 years respectively, 2 of the only 3 living survivors of the Tulsa massacre of 1921. In May this year, I'll be chairing a tourism stakeholder retreat on rethinking tourism for national development and job creation. I've tasked the ministry and its agency, the Ghana Tourism Authority, to work on the modalities to bring together all the stakeholders within the industry. Over the next couple of years, my government will deepen even further our efforts to make tourism a strong primary source of growth for the economy. Mr. Speaker, Monday was 6 March, our Independence Day. And this year, we had the main celebrations in the Volta region. I made the decision to rotate the Independence Day anniversary celebration in order to enhance the cohesion and unity of our nation and to make it clear to all segments of our population that we are all part of the One Ghana project. I'm glad to inform the House that it was a happy and grand event set against the breathtakingly beautiful background of the Adaklu Mountains. Mr. Speaker, 60 years since our independence, Ghana has taken steady strides to become a more developed country. The Ghana of 1957 is not the Ghana of 2023. We've come a long way since the days of our 6 million population, with very few modern amenities for its people. Today's population of 32 million, with a growing stock of modern infrastructure, spanning drones to supply our medicine, to the Ghana card which identifies each of us as proudly Ghanaian. As President, I have championed the innovation of policies and the execution of projects that have helped improve the quality of life of the Ghanaian people. And God willing, I'll continue on a path that brings the most benefit to the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, things may be dire today. Nevertheless, we must count our blessings. Our petrol stations have fuel, and we've been spared long winding queues to fuel our vehicles. Our markets and shops are, by the grace of God, well stocked, and we have not been faced with the prospect of the rationing of basic necessities such as fruits and vegetables. Our children's schooling has not been interrupted. We've continued to provide free SHS, free TVET, and paid teacher and nursing training allowances. Our electricity supply has been consistent, and we have been spared the hardship of doom so during such a trying time. Our country continues to be stable and at peace. Throughout history, there are many instances of nations going through periods where dark clouds create shadows that momentarily shield the yearned-for vision from sight. Such moments should not be ones in which despair takes over. Such moments call for strength of character, sense of purpose, and an abiding commitment to the general good. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, fellow Ghanaians, let us believe in ourselves and in our capacity to overcome the problems that are before us. This is a phase, and with every fiber of my being, I am certain that this too shall pass. We have done it before, and we will do it again. May God bless us all in our homeland Ghana and make her great and strong. Mr. Speaker, I thank you for your attention.
Well delivered. Thank you. Well delivered.
Honorable members, honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 58, I wish to convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. In fact, the leadership generously decided to use more than a week to debate this address. And honorable members will all have enough time to have a say. And that is why I wanted you to listen first before you can respond. I want to thank all of you for the cooperation, and particularly His Excellency for attending upon the House to perform a constitutional duty. We are extremely grateful. Honorable Majority Leader, is there any indication regarding, I'm going to restrict you, the adjournment of the House? In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment?
Speaker, we have listened to the President, who was on his feet for 1 hour, 20 minutes to indeed lead us on a path of righteousness to really identify where indeed we are as a country. The facts and figures do speak for themselves. But of course, the Speaker, as we have all seen, immediately thereafter, some people rose up and sang a chorus that all belie. Mr. Speaker, as we said, we are going to have ample time to debate the content as presented to us. But clearly, what we have seen is symptomatic of what we are going to say from tomorrow. We have made up our minds, don't convince us with facts. That is the attitude of some people. And the Speaker, is 12 noon, not yet 2 o'clock, and preparatory to the beginning of the debate tomorrow, and not to dilute whatever has been said and indeed presented to us and to the nation. Speaker, I would on this occasion move that this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. I so move, the Speaker.
Yes, Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, first, let me also thank His Excellency the President for the presentation of the message of the state of the nation. But Mr. Speaker, Mr. President, there is indeed a widespread of despair and disenchantment among our people. millions of Ghanaians are going through unbearable hardships and excruciating pains. Our economy is in its worst shape in decades. In fact, Ghana's economy is bankrupt or insolvent. We are currently unable to repay our debt. Ghana has officially defaulted in the repayment of our debt since January 2022. Mr. Speaker, yet, Mr. President, your government is failing to cut down on the size of government and public expenditure. Ghana is witnessing hyperinflation, largely because, Mr. President, your government allowed the Bank of Ghana to print 50 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2022 and another 4 billion Ghana cedis in the year 2023 first quarter. Mr. President, let it be noted that this expenditure financed public expenditure on the overbloated government expenditure. Our position is that inflation is currently rising. Monetary policy rate is also at 28%. Ghana cedi is at has depreciated by 20% in January alone. Mr. President, unemployment is exceedingly high at the record levels. And as we speak, Mr. President, lending rate is at 40%. Mr. President, our economy is in tatters largely because it is self-inflicted. Your government inflicted on us and failed to act. Mr. President, this is your scorecard. This is your scorecard. And this is the true state of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I second the motion.
Honorable members, I'm sure you now see the wisdom in my earlier statement restricted them to just move the motion for adjournment. You all know I was there before. Experience is the best teacher. I now put the question. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, I put the question again. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. Honorable members, today is International Women's Day. I want to take this opportunity to congratulate all our beautiful ladies here and all ladies in the world for partnering men to get us this far. I want to assure all the women that I am here for you. Honorable members, as a result of that, with the request of the women caucus leaders in Parliament, I approved a facility for all our women here to proceed tomorrow to reach out to all women in their constituencies and women everywhere in the world. Honorable members, this is part of the 30-year celebration, and I want all the men, honorable men here, to partner the women to make an impact this year. With this, I put the question again. How many times do that? As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as are against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Thursday, 9th March. Thursday, 9th March, 2023 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Extinguishing and so unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
On the last day of March 2023, the government passed 3 tax bills, including the Excise Duty Amendment Bill, the Income Tax Amendment Bill, and the Growth and Sustainability Amendment Bill. What do Ghanaians have to say about these new taxes? Join me as I found out from people whether they support their government or not.
Well, I think there's more the government must do or can do to enhance the development of the country, because already there is an existing crisis here and there. So I'm of the view that the current taxes that is trying to implement, in fact trying to put in place, it will not help the citizens because we're already bleeding. So we want to plead with the government that they should rather look for other sources of revenues to sort of come on board again, to restructure the country again. But adding up to what is going on currently, I mean, it's quite ambiguous. They are doing well, but then we are asking that they should up their games so that at least they can also see to the needs of the citizen, because everyone is bleeding. There's so much crisis everywhere. Wherever you pass, I mean, people are complaining here and there. So we are pleading with the government. They shouldn't add up to our crisis, but they should rather leverage it or probably decrease it, and then the country will be a lively place to all, I mean, live and enjoy.
The tax is too much. It's too much. The government is taking too much tax on this e-levy, toll booths. Like, it's too much. Like, and even the money, if they get it, at the end of the day, we don't even know what they use it for. It's just MPs getting new car, the government's going outside, and he's even going for loan. Like, who does that? Also, where the tax money, where they take go? Like, on the other day, it's too much, madam. That one day is too much. So what are you media doing about it? Like we there, you know, if you do not, you know, them talk on their head. You talk at them, we go they pay. We don't have a say. After all, we voted, we put them in power, and it's not like we can overthrow him. It's not possible. Like, so it's too much.
No taxes. So we the banner in case we the my papa bia and kabebwa. Naka mo fanye bon papa be de me to me de emboy. Even self to mo ye no. Me de to no be example. To no so many years time so akra na ye gi to no. Me nim se mo de ye bibi, me se mo de ye kwan no. But still ye kwan no still den e kwan still za na ye kwan nye still ye ko an mo se possible enema nkofo ye den anya accident ndade. Nti se mo de beba na be bi papa e kwan ase no mo tuma de aya enu be boa ye nyina ba mo fanye bi papa na boa ye nyina na say reason bia no se mo di tax ni baba na tax nsu bebre koye tax no dosu na mo be hwe na aba like quantity bi do some level bi a e ma ye nyina betuma tua na ye bu proof e wo ma anka be boa ye
once I say government no me dey ban be boa en kwan dia me support. Once I be develop the country because you in a country in year. Se be develop country in there support, but once in develop country in there because if the economy na like a year so me sure say they are also doing their best possible best to say the be ye
tax in there o say tax in there adibia ohunya ba o say adibia na oh fine what I say and to test in the future no be dey say bia o twentwon so what I say tobutu kra moje tobutu de bia kra munye sika kra moje tobutu what I say and to test in there o say o nyema bia na o so bia mo de tax to so sanate
tax na o mo de foforo say ba no de mo de ba kra na ehunu no o mo say de foforo say ba no mo mu tua bi de o mu tua bi o mo dwen ye ho de ye yi wo so mo nkotena ho no mo moye o enye o mu ye die mu ntina to abade ma o mu so mbe ma o ma na ye de akoso ntina e say o mu ye de ye to aba ma o say o mu nkotena ho ye de 2 million ye de e share o mu nsa nti o mu ni mu aye o mu ni emu aye no ma ye bread do.
These are what some citizens are saying about the new taxes. Others are of the opinion that the taxes are introduced to generate income for the country, while others too are saying that the government is imposing too many taxes on the citizens. This is Diaba Eugenia reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
I'm an electrician.
Okay. How long have you been practicing that?
7 years now. Yeah.
So when did you realize that you have this talent?
I started doing something like this. I'm a small boy, 5 years to 10 years. I'm starting doing something like this. Yeah.
So have you done other inventions similar to this?
No, this is my first thing that I'm doing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So how easy or difficult was it putting this up?
This one, I use scraps. Since I was an electrician, I'm an apprentice, and if anytime I get job, I can use my job money buying things small, and then go scraps buying some things small that building this. Yeah.
So what help moving forward? What help do you really need?
I want to complete this car. I want to complete it. Yeah. So I need help to complete this car. Okay. Yeah.
So what does this invention mean to you? What does it mean to you? What help do you think? What benefit do you think it will bring to you and society at large?
This is my first thing that I'm doing, and then this one, it can pass rough road, and this one is for villages, and after this, I think I will do something that everyone can drive, even those who don't have legs can drive that car. So I I wanted to finish this one before doing something that can help everyone.
Okay, so look at the camera. What do you have to tell those who are watching you right now?
Okay, what I have is, this is what God is giving to me. And I want help to move forward and then to do something more than this.
Okay, so this is a very rare intervention that needs support, that needs the necessary support, not just for the benefit, but for the benefit of society at large. Sarah Dugu reported from Boga Circle, Upper East region.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is this? Download to Lemonade Finance.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sports minister should pack someplace. He should pack someplace.
Why?
He doesn't know anything about football.
Hello and welcome to Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Today our guest is someone who has years of experience when it comes to football in Ghana. With the current state of football in Ghana, our guest will help us understand what he thinks about the current state of football in Ghana. He's a seasoned and a renowned football administrator. We're taking a short break, and when we return, we'll start the conversation. Welcome from the break. My name is Joseph Adamafio and you're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. I'll let my guest introduce himself. Sir, you're welcome to Sports Check. My guest would definitely like to know who you are.
The name is Nana Fitz.
Nana Fitz, okay. He's a renowned football administrator. And, well, let's zoom in straight into the conversation. A lot has been said about the current state of Ghana football lately with regards to our performance on the international stage. What do you think is wrong with the Ghana football?
Football in this country, to me, does not even exist.
Why?
Oh, because you see the current form of the football administrators and then what is happening to football and this thing. It's nothing to write home about.
But there have been others who say that we've been able to qualify for the World Cup. Black Stars under 20 Women's World Cup too, we were there.
I don't want you to say others, saying that you know, that's where the problem is. You know, football is a game, and it ends at the end of the tournament when you are finished. When you say that we have qualified for, at what cost? Is it right the way we went through it? What happened that we only qualified and we didn't go further than that? You know, that's where we have to start from. There is something definitely wrong with Ghana football. Do you understand what I'm saying? Something wrong with Ghana football now. Now, my experience, I'm not a little boy. Me, I was around when Onyejan was around. I've seen a lot of football administrators. I've seen a lot of the way football has been running in this country. You see, it's different now. It's much different now. You know, and then the foundation of Ghana football is being run on now. It's nothing to write home about. We need a complete overhauling before you can even talk to me about Ghana football.
I would like you to state some of the things you think are wrong with Ghana football, some of the things you think are wrong.
Transparency, accountability, who is doing what, who is doing what. You see, don't forget that football yesterday, 90% of Ghana football fans, we should say, did not even understand the difference between running a club, the Blasters, and now this. Do you understand what I'm saying? You see, Blaster belongs to us. It belongs to you, me, the man standing there, the people on the street, and everybody. That's who owns the Blasters. You see, so the respect that we need for the people who are handling, there's a difference between owning and handling. The people who are handling the Blasters, the respect that they should give us, they are not giving us. It's only respect, accountability, and transparency. That's all. People want to know how their money is being spent, who is spending it, and why. And I don't think these people, they are ready to do that.
But do you think the money was spent wisely? Looking at the report that have been coming out that players took 100,000 and some other people on the some higher authority in football were also paid the same amount of money.
If it's true that that's what went on, I think the people who took the money and the people who gave the money should bite their heads down in shame. You know, they shouldn't have done that to start with, if it's true. The reason I'm saying that is, look, we gave you the money, you took the money, everybody knows that you took the money from the government, taxpayers' money. And if you know or you think that you did the right thing there, or you are doing the right thing here, all we are asking for is the money that was given to you. Nobody is saying that anybody has chopped any money or anybody has done anything. All we are saying right now is the money that you took, please account. You know, come and make an account to us, to the owners of the national team. That's the public, the taxpayers. Is it a crime? Is it a crime to ask that question?
I don't think so.
So if they know they did the right thing and the money was spent properly, come and then account for. Let's set up a complete independent commission. You know, they sit down with auditors, and then you tell them how the money was used. And I don't think if you do that, any talk will come. But until that one is there, Ghana of yesterday, when football is concerned, so far as football is concerned, it's not like Ghana of today. Ghana of today, we are hip. We are opening our eyes. We want to see where every penny went. You don't come and tell me that you took me to World Cup, so we should be quiet. At what cost?
They have also said that they are going to invest some of the money in the renovation of the Ghana Soccer Center of Excellence.
They should put this thing on paper. Is that too much for anybody to ask? You have the accounts there, account department, you have the president, you have the vice, you have the community, or you have the management committee, you have them all there. How long will it take for you to give us a respect? That's what we are asking for, respect. Do you understand what I'm saying? Respect. Give us respect. Just come out and say that the money that I took to, or when we went to the World Cup, this is how much money it cost us. This is how much taxpayers' money that it cost us. And this is the breakdown. Is it too much for us? How is it difficult for us to go around this and people are fighting and then they are threatening to go to court and they are doing this thing? All we are asking for is come out and tell us.
Well, with regards to the Blasters, there have been other concerns of the public saying that there's some form of influence from some top football administrators to bring some players or influence coaches to favor some players in the national team. I guess you've heard about it. What are your impressions? Being someone who has worked over the years with the likes of Oyenejan, was there something like that in the past?
No. Because those days, we didn't have this kind of FIFA rules. We didn't have this kind of the days. No, we didn't have that. Kwame Nkrumah, that time he was responsible for sports. Kwame Nkrumah, Minister of Sports. You see, and he appointed Oyenejan as a director. Not as a minister, not as a director of sports. Single-handed, take care of Ghana sports. And because there was some truth, you know, because that time there was nothing like lying about it. And you didn't hear all this. Everything went on smoothly. And they won cups. I remember I used to play for Cornerstones. When we traveled from Kumasi, Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, wherever we go, we have some reps at all the centers. So Saturdays and Sundays, the schools are closed. So the players will go and sleep there on the table. You put table together and sleep on it. Don't ask me about pillow because we didn't have it. They give you only blanket. And they want cups. But look at now. We are paying these bonuses, the allowances, the management committee, the wine. If you put the management committee, if it's true that they took 100,000, taxpayers, please listen to me. If it is true that they took 100,000, if you convert 100,000 to cedis nowadays, do you know how much? About 13 billion old cedis. Me, I'm a whole guy, so I'll talk about old cedis. 13 billion for about 6 people. You know, it doesn't include the plane fare. It doesn't include the bonuses, the per diems that they were taking. It doesn't include the hotels. It doesn't include the food that they ate and all these things. No, cash to them is about 13 billion. At this time, Ghana, we are finding it very difficult to pay nurses, doctors, teachers, to take care of petrol, to take care of this. And you look at God we all serve, believe in, and say that I'm giving them this amount. For what? For what? You know, for what?
But
and when they came back, all we are saying, nobody's saying that you have misused money. They say, tell us. You see, right now you cannot run away from the fact that if you listen to radio, if you listen to us, if you listen to somebody, some people are saying that it's not true. Some people are saying some people are. So who's going to put it to rest?
Let me ask you this question. If you had won the World Cup and the management members had taken the 100,000, would it have been good?
It does not fascinate me. Me, I believe in total justice. You know, I believe in total justice. Master, all we are saying is we are not talking about winning, losing. When you talk about losing, we were the most, friends said, we were most, help me with the adjective that I want to use. We were the most...
lowest ranked country.
Okay, lowest team. And how much did it cost us? And we are saying that, look, it's a privilege for us to have chance to go to World Cup. We did well by going to World Cup and so. We are saying that the money it took, was it enough? How did they spend it? Do we have to go to court on this?
Well, we'll come to that, but let's take a short break, and when we return, we'll continue with the conversation. You're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Welcome back from the break. You're watching Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Joseph Adamafio. My guest today is a renowned football administrator, Nana Fit. We're talking about the current state of Ghana football. So, what do you think about the Ghana Premier League? Have we come far to lower our standards, or you think we are doing well?
We are descending 380 miles per hour, going down. You know it, and I know everybody knows it. Right now, we've been having difficulties to get people to go and watch matches.
Back then, how were the past club and football administrators?
Look, when they say Kotoko and Haas are playing, or Kotoko and Dwarfs, Kotoko and any team, when they say they are playing, Haas and any teams they are playing now, if you are not at the stadium around 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock, you won't get a place to sit. Because the people loved the game, they understood the game, and then they knew that they went and watch a genuine football. It's not like today. What do you see? A player playing football, he turn around and score his own goal and say that I did that because I'm protesting. That the top people are betting, they are using us to bet. They are making, when these things comes out, do you think anybody will go and pay money to go and watch? Why don't we tell them the truth? We know why they are not. We know why it's like that. We know it. Everybody knows it. You know why people have lost interest. There was a time Blasters, they were playing in Cape Coast or something. It came to a point where they have to hire some buses, go to the universities, get them, pay them to come and watch the match. It has never happened before. Never happened before.
How about officiating in the Ghana Premier League?
Officiation is bad. Everybody knows that. You know, because the players are not being paid well, because the owners of the teams, they don't have enough money to keep the boys in shape, to keep the boys, let them know that they are playing, they are working. You know, all these things.
We said we'll talk about the negative, we'll say a lot, but what do you think should be the solution?
What I think should be a solution is very, very simple. Accountability. And let the money go where it's supposed to go. You know, right now we have a lot of people are blaming the government for, oh, we don't have stadium. Oh, and then the stadium is bad. They have turned off the lights, Cape Coast stadiums. They have done this, they have done this. And then you go. You take people's money to go to the World Cup, to go and buy disgrace. Do you understand what I'm saying? To buy disgrace. The money that we took, we didn't go to do anything. We go and bought a disgrace. Because we
won one match.
One match. You see? So this money that you brought, the balance, and then the 100,000 that you give to people, if it's true that they took 100,000, how do you justify it? We are paying, some players are taking 400 Ghana a month, 300 Ghana a month, the players who are playing here.
So do you think the money from the World Cup should be invested into the Ghana Premier League?
That's what FIFA says. When they give money now, they don't give money and say that the top people should sit down and then do whatever they want to do with it. No, they don't say that.
So how should the money be invested? Should prize money for the winners of the Ghana Premier League be increased? Should players be paid a particular amount of money? I want to know how we can do things to boost the Ghana Premier League and make sure it returns to where it used to be.
You see, you cannot, when it comes to the salaries of the players, you cannot give them a ceiling. Or you can, yeah. You can tell them that nobody should pay a player less than, say, 200, 300, whatever. You know, but you can't tell them that this one should get 200, everybody should get 200. No, it does not work like that. Even in Europe, it does not work like that. The first solution will be Ghana football should be put on ice now. You know, because it's not going well. Everybody knows that. And it's from the top to the bottom. So we should put put the whole thing on the ice, freeze it, and reorganize it. Complete overhauling. Anything less than that, you know, it's not going to work. You know, it's not going to work.
Back in the days, we saw Siki Jemfi and the likes of other great players play a number of years in Ghana before they got their breakthrough to go and play abroad. Do you think player exodus is one of the reasons for the Ghana Premier League not being exciting? Because today you go to the Accra Sports Stadium, you go to any match venue, you go there, you hear of this particular player, he excites you. Tomorrow they said he has been transferred to another club outside Ghana.
You see, those days, it didn't happen like that. There was nothing like that. The Ohijan formed Republicans, and they had top-class footballers. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Top-class footballers. And they were playing top-class football. You see? So it didn't even... Osekofi Kotoko went to London some time ago, and they saw Osekofi. Was good, was this. They were going to, those days, they were going to give him more money, big money to say. He said, no, I love Kotoko, so I'm coming back. I didn't go. Because Kotoko, at least, he loves them. They can't play like Europeans, but they pay him enough. They give him enough for him to stay. But here you give somebody 500, 400, 200 a month, and they come and say, come and take $300. Will he go? You can't stop it. The only way you can stop it is treat them well. Let's see where the monies go. And if it goes someplace that we don't like, at least we can, you know, we can come up and say that, no, this place should have gone there. You don't say that because I'm running football. So I'm the Father, the Son, and Holy Ghost. That's communist. That's by force. You don't do football like that. Football should be supposed to be a very interesting game. Everybody should be happy. The supporters, the fans, the players, the technical team, everybody should be happy. Why would you give anybody 100,000? That's for the 5 or 6 people, the management committee. How about the top? How much did you get? And they say, come and account. Nobody is saying, I have never said that anybody has chopped any money. You see,
how will you rate the current GFA on a scale of 1 to 10?
This question, forgive me. Because if I say it will be, no, forgive me, I don't want to say it.
But have they done well? Qualifying Ghana to the World Cup. We are about to have...
Master, people keep on saying we qualify Ghana to World Cup, we qualify Ghana to World Cup. How many teams were they looking for in Africa? And how much did it cost us? Qualify people to there, Master, it's no big deal. If you have free money, unaccountable interest to work with. So, my mother could have done the same thing. So what are we talking about? Qualify Ghana to World Cup, at what cost? And we are saying that, yeah, you went. That's not the end of it. Somebody pushed you to go. So the person who will help you to go, come and account for it. That's what we are saying.
So for you, they've not done what the GFA haven't done.
Oh, no, I don't think they have done it. Look, I was around when Ben Kofi was there. Around when Elias Tay, all of them. I was around when Kati Caesar, SK Menu, I saw all of them. And when they travel, they bring change. Don't let us go too far. Ben Kofi. They give me money, FA travels, they come back and say, this is how much I spend, this is what I get. It never happened before. What's so difficult about that? And you want to tell us, my brother, Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. But this case, if you allow this case to go on like it's going on now, unchecked, Ghana football is going to be like a place where if you need money, you hustle, you go there, you become rich. So because it's unaccountable interest, the money that goes there, nobody knows how the money is being spent. They're not going to tell anybody. So where is the money? This at this time that we are, let me tell you something. The only way that Ghanaians will be satisfied, won't talk, is forget the past. It has happened, it's gone. But they are still repeating it. They should come out, allow themselves to be audited, right? Audited. Yes. Allow themselves to be audited. Tell us how much. Transparency from now on, transparency. And then the big monies, the 100,000, they should bear their heads down in shame. At this time of the game,
is Ghana football in the right hands?
No, it's not in the right hands. You know that. Why you ask me that question?
I don't
why are you asking that question? You know it's not in the right hands. So why are you asking me? These are some of the things that is happening in Ghana football. A lot of people are afraid. I'm not saying they go and lie. God forbid, I will never do that. I don't even want anybody to do that. Don't lie on somebody. But what is happening in Ghana football now? What they call them, Yoko. That's what they call them?
Yeah, economic.
They should come in. Me, I want the parliamentarians. Jesus Christ, listen to me carefully. I want the parliamentarians to come in at this time. Because when they were about to leave, the sports people, the people who have chance to talk on radio, administrators, all of them were saying that when you were going to take the money, at least you told the public that you needed money, you have sent the budget to the government and then the government. So when you took the money, we are asking you, it's good that government are giving the money. How much did they give you? It took the intervention of the parliamentarians to straighten it up, right? Because the minister says, Mekoba, and nobody has any power to talk.
But what about the sports minister? He's also over the...
The sports minister should park someplace. He should park someplace.
Why?
He doesn't know anything about football. The sports minister don't know anything about football. Because look at what is happening. My brother. No, you are not my brother. You are my son. Yes. Look at what is happening. And you're asking about... is it not the same sports minister who took the budget and presented it to the government? It is the same minister who came out to say that when we come back, I'm not going to tell anybody how much you are going to spend, how much money was given to Yakoba. When they came back, why don't the same place that he went and told the whole world, why don't him just take the budget? Do a budget, Keke. No budget. Do how you spend the money. And the minister is still not sitting there.
So you think he's...
Was he not aware that they were paying 100,000? Was he not aware of that?
Probably, maybe the president will set over the years.
Was he not around when the money was being paid? Was he not around? You asked me a question. I'm asking a very simple question.
I'm sure he was.
Thank you very much. What did he say? What has he done? The government, as at now, me personally, I want to appeal to the parliamentarians that we should not let this thing die. Because anything happens today and nobody says anything, tomorrow it will happen.
I know your concern has to do with the money aspect. What about the coaching aspect of the Blasters? Since the current GFA came in, they came to meet Coach Kwesi Appiah. He went, Siki Akono, Milovan Rajivac, now Otuado has left. 4 coaches under 110. Now we're about to appoint our 5th coach.
Why do we want to sit down, and allow the same people within the short time that they've been in office to appoint what? 4 coaches? Dismiss all of them. Not even one of them were given the handshake that at the time of your office, all of them were sacked.
Otuado resigned himself.
Yeah. And then you, the same person, we are giving you a chance to go and appoint another coach. Me, I say it, from my experience, I say that Akwesi Appiah is qualified. There's nothing wrong with Akwesi. But you see, they sack Akwesi Appiah. On what grounds did they sack Akwesi Appiah? You see, on what ground, what did he do? Now, Akwesi Appiah says, I want to come back. Does it mean that he has gone to rectify the mistakes, or why does he want to come back? Because he feels that injustice somewhere was made. That's why he wants to come back. He won't call them bluff. If you want to dismiss me, give the people the reason why I was dismissed. It's as simple as that. Look, my friend, all these things that we are doing, I'm saying it again. Ghana football needs a complete overhauling. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Okay, I understand you, but do you think if we don't take care, we'll return to Nyantechi's era again?
We are there. We are past them. What are you talking about? We are past them.
Really?
Oh, my friend. Look, I'm telling you, I was part, and I always feel ashamed. Some people even reported that I lied. No, I didn't lie. When they say that the government should allow non-government people, civilians, to run it, I was part of the people who were making noise. And then they changed. If I knew it was going to be like this, at least I would have added my voice. I would have been first to say that, no, let it stay there. Right now, football stinks. Do you understand? What does it mean? Stink. What does it mean? Thank you very much. That's exactly the position that we are in now. There's absolutely nothing you can do until a complete revolution. Not that somebody takes a gun, not that somebody takes a pistol, not that. Complete revolution means complete overhauling. Let's put ice. If I have a power and I'm in a place where I can make a decision, this African Cup and all these things, because the same people are going and they come back, how much are they going to share this time? Taxation without representation, unaccountable impress. They are going now, again, they are going. They will take another budget to go.
40 years without AFCON.
Yeah.
I'm sure you've definitely seen Ghana win AFCON before. And definitely, it didn't cost us much to go and win AFCON.
No, it's very easy. Massa, CK Jemfis, he formed Republicans. The coach now, he's here. Every month he takes his pay. Now we play matches, like Basta will play matches three times a year, 4 times a year, something. And 90% of them are from abroad. So when he leaves and go, what does he do? What does the coach do? What does the coach do? But he takes pay. I don't have any problem. But coach, you are here, you sleep in the house free. They give you car free, petrol free, per diem when you travel, you sleep in a hotel free. So why don't you, for sake, you go out like weekend? Oh, Team A is playing Team B here. I'm going to watch it. You know, do some scouting. Football is not an easy game. Right now, football used to be a game. Right now, football is business, big business. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Big business. So we can't sit down here and go about this shit about I'm doing it. No. They don't play football like that. Football is business. And taxpayers, sika kudi. Do you understand? Money. That's why we are talking. That's why some of us we are saying. I cannot say this time about House of Folk. I can't say about Kotoko. I can't say about Dwas. I can't say about any team because my money is not in there. We are talking, all of us. We are busy talking about Black Stars because our investment is there.
Thank you, Nana Faith, for this interesting conversation. I'm sure you've sent your word out there, and definitely the people that matter in football will get talking and also demand some accountability, as you said, for the monies that were spent at the World Cup and all that matters. My name is Joseph Adamafio, and that's how we wrap up here on Sports Check here on GhanaWeb TV. Thanks for watching.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek canocre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted an instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Menya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Would you send this guy a coffee? Download to Lemonade Finance.
When we moved here as well, the Ashantis came to fight us as well. And the fight, that was the last war. It took place on Mountain Gemi. So when you go up the mountain, you will see some heavy stones there. The people use the stones to push them on the Ashantis to be able
Say the master dinner dameso, moon from Nahima, Amanya Meche. I am a brony, my son's way pay me no nemu. I will uncommon on GhanaWeb TV. Sabo so much, there was a Ghana man, just almost a coffee frack and tea, will portray one culture regional with ya. That is Nina, and now she said, the name say, and Comoho, a yeka entertainment news, latest just social media trends, and just say, in Comobia, showbiz industry, and internet, so they may say, America. Now, what you the mess of me, why if and command to the Muye Homancasa. It's yen try home rasia. Yen bon rem, yen cajun guasset din. I may matter semi a compliment, Mokakasaman and why fair at the power fear ye. Once I am Montoda Montomo Boisse, now yen can't say be, I may not say. Yawa mamra ye fenti mo mayen to tone asekra na watwi de mabede na maba yen hya yen waste time kra na watwi eye Ghana month ma hya da pese me promote Ghana funum to for showbiz entertainers so ko ba say one project awoye say album say single anything concerning our artists and our actors and our actresses me pese me promoting na watwi me pese me de wo femu Ghana funum to for one drop albums one so aye hwenim so de one albums betudwa one drop some music video bi a say start e catch fire kakra tse nkofo di twa won na ase ne nyina be bo won di na say ya bon abaso say won so won te ya na mu so akokọ project bi no so wonya bi etie say yes stream no anything you do to support them na wa support them na ye hya ase de e shatter wale in the year 2022 mbekaya na eyene album Gift of God netie na ye die ti de bia me ban komo me so akaka na we release ye ehun komo de ebe ye beja me nko honom but fans of Shatterwale SM movement Shatter movement mun twa ma akoma to mo yem kra ya the album for France we tudwa in the year 2023 a friend Mali IMAALI unye binte ya no bomo de ne wetie it's a 10-track album and Vibes Cartel e was subi and Shatterwale na nkasa na nyomi die emuye hwama nkasa na mafukeka say Shatter we die wo die ade esie yen kwa won say we ya kwakwa to say the last time yen nyam beka so ye de beba ye befa be de beba no hindrance ne hu ane say Shatterwale e ka so odi album ba betudwa ye wo ha yen say we release wa drop it ya nche de hu say media to bi na find ne ko say mafuchema Shatter album no de betudwa ne de eye de aye mansa musamoni ya te say eye Vibes Cartel on Vibes Cartel nyumi a Vibes Cartel so ogusuda eye banko prison bi but Shatterwale ene ni wonwum ene na esemfu say eye very big news cause what's one Beyonce aye nyum no obi kwa po asanso that prison ko na aye nyum aye say enye mo size na say mo no one door for Just agenda there. Muri jayo. Ayo. Number 7 bisa say Shatta Wale a new album ya to the Malino. Near one and your favorite track. Me there track 1. And at track 3, and I am very favorite, and of course, the very last track with a vibes cartel and also a muyo hamakasa. When you being pay when you be a penam who says and Kofu Pese will create agenda be a social media. Me kwati I will say na album no so. And then I'm say sometimes see Obi babo dia ko studio Shatta Wale ankasa na producing who ne mixes near all these things is doing it. No abo dia no the project I to one man into wunya ne fana. E bia wo other side that. No you know it's allowed. Ye di not now. Na sa agenda no mo pese mo create me se binum se stressro. Ba Shatta so anfa anche mo so no mo call head on aka se na mo ye ne ye den. O se sebio e ye nkra sesem. Inti Shatta Wale album na ba betu dwan manfo keka. Inti wunya bi ntie ya. Na obo mo dia no nya bi eti na ye hwenim se na so eda ye nim mi. Shatta Wale betumi aye promotion bi kakra se be media to bi ana senior but even without the tone the streams na egusu koso to mo dey na mo the moon streamy no bi ba kon so a odi eye album eba betudwa eye Stone Boy and Beam Nation for ya to eye album you the fifth dimension na album no says promotion akoso internationally locally oh eye fe ade de eye fe na mo ye dem akase eye fe Stone Boy album no modern pan wo say project here Stone Boy babe release. So no mema details. Album na a 17 track album. Aye. No mako 17 and we pie gu so. Na chese ase skirmishes bi ka credi anim no. Obabe release album cover no chese unse nyama ko mo ya anticipation. Mo look forward the bebe say dia ba betudwa. Album cover fe Stone Boy akasa and na eda so. Na unse picture ba ko bi na ase ne sankawa bebre diamonds bi ni ade na ni tinin so one style man fe ne unse eye fankasa. Na emu de wo feature eye Angelina Kidjo. Ono so e wo so and na adam for very own Davido eno so e wo so. Enti activate I no so just say me sha dance spoil fa me se me bubo bi krem nti wa wunya eye album ni bi ni nti eye se woko eye Stone Boy ni social media pages are why adverts bebre afa hom na manfo chema this is going to be a very big project nti Beam Nation for say na mo kan we say we there eye ne awode kwan fa ni bia ne awode ko eye Grammys nti fifth dimension album no there enyom na woso na doso nti bomode ana pebite na eye Nigeria ni numtu ni eye Davido an unse take some break bi me pese me kan mo ya tama ne bay film ewo in October no take break say de o say or the album ba betudwa no so de betudwa no eye 17 track pepe no say I say Davido timeless any Stone Boy fifth dimension ni na eye 17 I say relation bi won but unu say akofo de one activate an wo feature eye Davido wo so eye Stone Boy na asemi na make it's this week the music lovers ubenya nyumpa bebre etie na meka eye one workers what the album abetudwa na make sense so abo eye medical din planning and plotting who said you release single back or if so code and trophies no official sister Deborah no no so mugusu ye who promotion na what she dem say medical all your media rounds bebre you know in ahead of the planning and plotting nti na make an Ghana man ye support yen own nti won say ya mama yenye in anticipation nyom ne drop e kwa one drop album ne kwa na ye hu dede because we've seen other people do it they be amaka so Nigeria for Nigeria this is what we have to do so because we release project when say be afa na we ka so be munje na promote my yes we njije hu kakra na make an album ni mensa na media to dwan Shatta den dia be to dwa na ne ye hwe ni me se beba medical di planning and plotting and na Stone Boy fifth dimension now young guy be a friend Olive the boy I also know so the any project be about to dwa no your friend Havana na uko social media Havana is coming na sa young boy ne me kan ha me ni Olive the boy also was some exceptional talents what in voice I say hey ebinum chempo as a voice na akwa je say Nigeria for but munim ade papa de mo pese mo to ma Nigeria for oye Ghana ni nti won say ya oti boy nyomba ko bi de betu dwa je oye sam nyomi kwama Black Stars ni na ye money bobo nti Olive the boy so the project ba betu dwa friend Havana nti ya ba onua mo de na mo stream na mo te voice na mo say hey akwa esu sa na o she hosa young boy kwa men kan na da na ye fi albums so no me fi honoma na mo man kan one drop singles at say wodi a video atechi Kwame Eugene of Links Entertainment, a cryptocurrency, new feature a routine. I video now be just say there's a new video in town from Links Entertainment. Then unye being share no more than me my video no right. It looks different. It's not like the regular ones na ye hunu. Men kase regular say we won bomb more than pamucho munti mo no sibone. Ghana man me behind be condemn me de. If unya cryptocurrency a video ni being share no more than no akọ YouTube o search Kwame Eugene cryptocurrency obenye bi ahwe na Kofi Mole any kwesiata e de numfufo bi abetudwa wo friend ni win where releasing music video no so call YouTube obenye bi ahwe the rap was okay, the music video was equally good. It's mombo modia na mumpebi na ye kan oba ya santo a rap goddess eno baroni enso e de a new project bi ababetudwa a new single. This has just been some few weeks old na I don't know what to do only ja na onim say eno baroni de a VGMA's nomination when the betudwa wakasa ne ho wakasa ne tinu wo say etisanka wo nominating wo last week na me betudwa so say ono kra a rap performance of the year na sanka wo nominating hip hop song hip hop artist ni na she deserve to be part of it. Now one nominating do say akoye to say as a need drama o ye ni na bro bring amafo encheda ehu but eno say wa wonim the doubt enye ne ba beka na enye VGM so omum ne be ma validation ye ka Ghana ni nyum to ni rap part say na no atew ye yi top 3 ase na de bia wo kan ye ntumi mbo na ye fa wodin count eno e ma we mbu abemu kosoa na ye den Koswana Koso. Now yeka VGMA ya musem na one of the artists on song category. If any Maya Blue no so Links Entertainment. Only Mr. Joe Apana almost omudi num fufu bia beto your show. Into one TV and wako body and wako YouTube and also a music video but it's a new single. A danceable tune be na. Now what trade me person me promote Ghana phone to phone. Tebia sa fa menu so. Yeah, be artist be a releasing no be and I say project be na some mamba where they more fan chemi kwa but say na media can there are new releases, there are new songs out there. And I make a Kelvin Boy and also at the project out to also so if any say be like that now. No ne me dama me ten me born be say bien and say be kra na me fi so kote nyom foforo na video no so kama nti Kelvin Boy new one be like that no e da se boko nti pebi dia ye den pebi netie na what we don say me emu nsem nyina abrew make an artist a wo project they be to say be just news about them. It's about time so you say throw more light onto the project that mo say ye EP say ye album say na ye den o no na ye ka ho asemti me di mu nkyeremu nyina abrew. Mesa so mo kwaba enkomo on GhanaWeb TV and I just say when you go so am abroni me dey mu nsem nyina me kyerɛkyerɛ ase na me bie bense ni na me bie nya me ni kyerɛw na un say e say me pese me bo ahemi aso me bo abaso cause tama ya makukure gu me nka so ewe mi na me nim say sa na ati boy ya to aso dia na watchi na US vice president United States of America Kamala Harris edin ni kyerɛ Ghana ase no visited 3 African countries Ghana na first ordinary ofi ha say ordinary Tanzania ofi oko Zambia na nyina mu US omo pese omo build one relationship with these African countries na say one influence on the African continent na mu bia on so we na say why but wa onim na ewo mu dedawo na Kamala Harris edin ni kyerɛ Ghana ha say ne hu say omo je na wa to entertainers bebre so ehunu Black Cherry one of the meetings no so as Idris Elba na yes I'm dinner bi omo with the president in attendance crown na fia nocturnal no to kotunyum de we are so performance kama on say yem de worry show fake na obai na o release some playlist of African songs na mensa feature wom ai na amare no so hobby young musician Herman Sweet no was so yen rapper Sarkodie no so was so na afen so Black Sheriff no so ejina so other songs so ka ho it is unya Kamala Harris ni playlist of African songs and no bomode na wetie bi na emu so de Ghana for say ye feature wo mze no an ye no ayendi mu a na Kamala Harris ede ni chere Ghana ha say na da no oroko no sada na comedian Michael Blanks no so de ni chere Ghana no chirema o se tema wo be si wo Kotoka International Airport na wonya information bi so Kamala enso around it won so spend room for an extra 1 hour onu no say for any Uncle maybe it was due to security reason. Kamala Harris in any chile chromas and security in the very tight. Baby Obeko be as a more share say be added that Kuana is Ghana there, a very peaceful country. But him say we are not the NASA for foreign, so they had to make sure that security was what on point. It's said there. Kamala Harris, if you come has I mean say it created an opportunity or our entertainers, a binum sushiano, no interaction. You are just hoping, Memfuchema, a who be who a man paying another than Kwekufadron. One bash and Kakata says, he said, the son was so mining my thing. What this can a better Tonya Memunata to be again. Senior can say, Kamala Harris, you knew that you were enjoyed. But me Nimo, say Ghana Jollof, you're near Bidiana. Now what she a young to me, Moses okay, I or your interview be or Power FM, not in some breed to drop. Ochemo no tamana no si so no ko pen ho kafon as obi awaren na on pen me bi ochirima samia no bu won say we very busy want to me nya kwan kra mehwe fie want to me nya kwan tene fie dey bia on duty eye o say eye soldier for police for doctors nurses so na samia no bu won say won nya time nti na o hwehwem eye obi aye ne ho kafon oyi na ni fi one side kwa no ba na obom part nya kopon so ombomode ano mpa obi obetumi atena se obi on hawa adwen obi a okase otena se na watena se obi a tese nya mestrowo ni mu tese ama broni dibi aware nya kopon tie ni mpa ebo na eja o ma ne lecture bi no tese ono no so ware ware fe kama na Moses okay ya de nsemi tutudwa na o kire ma Kristo ni de Kristo ni nya kopon ti mu wo kan wo Bible wo ko wa so wo tua wo tight de and sense what I say yes secular music as a we as nyom you tie bi o se na ka wo de ka we as nyom kra fa ho ben ya se bia se wo ko praise bia wo de wo him ahim na se wo tie tie and then na say wo bom pai na de wo di twa wo na se na aye se we as fu nyom no ni ade no say and sense fata o se no yo Christian good Christian papa ni benye motromondo enye no bi no ka o se good Christian de wontie secular music na o de se mi betu na ma say na asema wo ken ye be ye den na be fine na be sin but wow you Christian one you say nyame bi wo ho no wo say mfatamo enyame na mabeka ba wa wo hwe na ofele say bia wotie wo wi aso nyomu tumi bo obra ye papa dia na de wa anka say de wanim na wa ye ne ye de betumi aboa ayo na say ye to aso de ye na na hema amanya meche opokwa takra na watwi de me bia keka nkoso nka meya mefra enye enda fem na makase ye kopola broni na de bi elubi beka ho na watwi me release eye Mons and Kados new one kra na ye hwe say couples wan ware a oba nya maaye say na wo betumi ahand because no say pressure is getting worse wo ware na say ebusuafo na wo ilo da be na wo be wo na fine ko si budi twetwa nkofo aso keke munim ne ewo mu ha couples da mo obi abone bra koso ni otinija wonim na many merry being and etnas AS Master next and ena Thomas Dude Labig Amankwado. They discussing it. So the celebrate who that and latest episode of Mons and Kados of GhanaWeb TV. So when you be share there, but modern pan and you be share. Near you sounds to divert take a kind of share a year. So on your baby or you on your baby bone and you cool. I say, or baby ma. Some case unplanned pregnancy na so unplanned pregnancy about say na mo beye we case mo gba ko ye egu so ma ko ye mo beje ba no because me bebre obi na te say be on pen but nyin se na ko ba ne de na say ye don o worry ntini nyina mu se na betoto onya meye na beye obe plan no life ye se na beye an kusa ansem nyina mba ni nyina na ya chechira ye discuss e wo ye Mons and Kados nti wonye bi nhwa ko ye YouTube GhanaWeb TV na benye bi ahwe kama kwa na bi a be ma me feedback.
I think my wife and I we made a lot of things clear to both parents. We have visited my parents and they've passed the comment and shut them up. We visited her parents. They've made a comment and she shuts them up. Because prior to even our wedding, we discussed how long it will take for us to introduce a third person into the family.
I like that.
You understand?
Yeah. Yeah, go so di nkomo. Na last year, me call Shatawale in the medical show, Freedom Wave concert, and I me share young singer, photocopy. I own him na photocopy there. He's a very young, talented musician. Otunum, kama. Na me call na me share no come in here interview. Na watch here photocopy din sembi betuja. O hodi a concert. One at the Children's Park and abako ewoka. So very successful for a young guy. They mokofo say oya de was any papa na managing into. Ono so modimbo bia obono. Ne mwebi obode bwana ba mo se eso ni ankasa na photocopy ahead of when na oye interview bi no chirema o se o heti Kwame Eugene so mpe na asem hate the Mafuchima is a very strong word for Abofraketwa to use, but or no Edinano disem to do say in same dia kwame ekatrenon enka enye nyame na ebe mu a anka bebu na ben ebi kwa pona anka wentumi antwa so antunum o say nsem no kwame Eugene katrenon when did for almost like 3 days no say hey I no kware asem na wuke boy bono no kan yentumi ka so oboya na say yensu ne yenjina ho na se betu na so oh kwame ada na abofra ketwa utumi kan asem ebu na bem sensem se na etene de so na okan se wanko me ne wo na yenjina ho na be binum eka kwame ni mpotoboto binum so kiremo eye photocopy ese ni managers for na ehwe na te se nsem de betu dwa na dem so mokofo ka se na abofra na utumi ka se wutango bidi otang de sanka ya de kasio but eye kwame Eugene so at the side of the story aba betu dwa kwame kirema enye sa na ete o se no kwa not eye Links Entertainment Rich Mensa na mame restaurant na na no didi na photocopy ne papa buy no so ne photocopy papa de so ni minute da and also oh me beni nu na person no ye feature collaborating kakra no so no dey say dey be ye dey ne say home management but kwa me say who say dey wa photocopy papa onim no na akwa ye ne so wo dey me uni pant ya fe na dey ma be fa Rich be dey ma fa management na nka ye nko ye ni ma o say nya sa net nti enwam keke sa say rejection or the ma won at that time say won go through right channels eno na nyi na akwa fa sa so na ba but kwa me chemo say ade ebro na adwe ne nti aseso no so o say sa ada na asem ni sini kwa all the mo twitwa pictures they vibed into until as says the man sa be twem na abofra kwotena ase kase na fa ne kosi o so ono de on fan share ni mu obibu ni say ya abofra de onim say to bia untumi kasa ye nti ono de onye ne target on ka say we bia say o so no de oni hweka but emu nchiremu e no de abetudwa na what we are Rob celebrity photographer Rob photography on Instagram abe say twitwa pictures fine uko big event shows last year December GhanaWeb mu say cover December in Ghana show most of the shows are make me who so no so gina say twitwa pictures he become kama na what we are no dini birthday nti ya kan say Rob photography unuma pade te say dey bebre who can celebrities are pictures obi otwitwa won pictures and oko grace big events ye beka say Rob nti e ma wo affect what can say awoda pa yakopon hia no ma ho ne se dwuma wo ye nyina eno so enye den enkwani ma na answer na me sorry so no mama me fa story last one in between na what we dey anti asem dey in Nigeria Nigerian sin training yo odochi ayon na yere May na we say one first son aka baby na we say na uka last year was you akwa fa you be afofra ware na wo ba ne fine ekosi na May nkofo ni nkran so enye hwe nya bonu bro tutu dwase ono de wamba ware so aba polygamous marriage na enye sa ne net nti nikunu ye na anya ne de na asem yi nsem ye wo ho no ma but obi fi asem de unu se wo ka na wa ye de wonya abotanti ye de ese ye de nsem ye akwa kogu na ye that's why I will say one first child you and May one be you no say we dey asefem be ni na won say na watwe dem kofu bebre dey arecheche nsem enu kwanhye sem dey ama awofie no wachi ma nyame na ema na nyame na eje but etoribu asa nyame na ema nyame na eje na ya yaw pa mafuchi ma Nigeria for entertainers bebre won wa ahwe won ba last year was Davido this year so ye odochi but unim so woody se na eba no unim ne beba se na beba star eba de bia na eba but ne kan ne se eye awufu ye ade atoni ye ma mo hyede pa na watwe de amabroni se na medi kan no it was just promotion of our artists wonuma pa woye nti album eda apaso eye Shatawale de malidi se wunya bi nti ya odofo bomodi anetie bi na munjai sa negative attitude meni nyehu SM fan makasa na Stone Boy and medical award album ba betu janti but modi na pebina no sutie new releases songs videos music videos are newer this week by ni namdin na bro it's na what we say American de bia me de mani de chi mission ye koso social media trends and ba beef celebrity news entertainers bia me na bro ntinda se ne na what we da ye ni mama broni mesan so any motion se na ye kan Ghana man mo koso amundin ye ndwan mo nsentare ni ade ye de match yi kwakogu nye se bia de akwakogu ntina ni ne sa na ti o de mo mo de na mo promote ye culture kwan be fa so bia odofo bo modi ana fa so na ye mayen da se ne ye be san so ahia makramo
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bi a wan to nam bia e man kwai bebre.
Mommy, you face can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wa Brian, tell the shit. And let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in so unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10 and $10 for first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
The economic situation of Ghana worries all of us, and the question of debt it is treated by Club of Paris, but not only, also from a common framework. So the 22 members of the Paris Club, they discuss how we can help, how we can support the government of your country. And in this case, of course, we have to make the restoration of debt, external debt. And I think the discussion with China and the role of China, it will be very, very important. So that's why I spoke to you about the importance of the common framework. But of course, we totally support, and we will be beside you for the action that will have to be undertaken by the IMF and also the World Bank, because the country needs to regain the economic stability. I think was regarding LGBT community. In my country and in European Union, we promote human rights. And of course, in my ministry, we have an ambassador to promote LGBT rights. So, what I can say that this is our values, and wherever I go in Africa, I will continue to say that we have to respect all of us, the LGBT community. This is a question of human rights, and I always say that. I'd like to thank you to be here, and I'd like to say that I was very happy to spend almost 3 lovely days here in your country, and I would like to thank, of course, the President Akufo-Addo and all the Ghanaian people for the extremely warm welcome. And I'd like to say that I was impressed by the creativity and the vitality and the innovation of your country and, of course, of your people. And I saw that there is a profound desire to deepen a relationship with my country, with France. So we have a lot of cooperation in various fields, such as culture, sports, education, but also heritage valorization, economic investment, and of course the question of security, regional security. Ghana is a very important partner for France. We have excellent relations, and it is a crucial time, of course, for your country, and it was very important for me to be here and to reassert the friendship and my strong commitment by your side. Of course, this morning I had an excellent discussion with the President, and as we shared, we have many fields of cooperation and in different levels. Just to speak about the regional situation, we share a common determination to promote peace, stability, and democracy, and of course dialogue in this region. And France is fully committed to supporting Ghana and the neighbor countries in their fight against terrorism. And we're also committed to promote peace, multilateralism, and international law in a context where we need to defend these key values facing the brutality and the consequences of Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine. Our partnership is strong and productive, as I have seen these 2 days and a half. And I have to say that, first of all, regarding the valorization of Ghana's heritage, it was extremely moving to visit the Ozu Castle yesterday. This place is where it was the horror of slave trade, which took place many, many years ago. And France is fully committed to memorial dialogue and to collectively teaching, learning lessons from history. This is why, for example, our embassy here supports heritage valorization in Ghana. I was very honored also to be received by the King of Ozu and have an exchange and a productive conversation on essential topics, and particularly regarding the education of the population. After the sport, I was yesterday at the Freedom Skate Park. This skate park was also co-financed by France, and it's extremely important so for us to support the youth and the sport, and particularly, as you know, next year in France we organize the Olympic and Paralympic Games. So it will be for the first time of the story of the Olympic Games where the skateboard will be practiced. So a delegation of Ghanaian people will come in Strasbourg the next month. So I'm very happy and I will try to meet them. After regarding the French companies, as you know, more than 70 of French companies are present in Ghana, and I exchange with them, and I visit also one of them, Touton, yesterday, and I understood many things regarding the transformation of cocoa activities, which are very important for the Ghana's economy. France, acting also as a member state of the European Union, is what we called the Team Europe approach. So we work also in different fields regarding energy, agriculture, education, private sector finance, and our projects support, for example, a better management of agricultural water in the northwest of the country through the construction of irrigation system, but also the strengthening of road and drainage infrastructure in Kumasi. And finally, as you know, President is Francophile, so we spoke about Francophony, and it is a tremendous tool to deepen links between our countries and between our population. French language creates also major opportunities, particularly for the youth, and we are very happy and we support the the candidacy of Ghana in International Organization of Francophonie. And I think that it will be also an opportunity for the next year to create many events, as we are going to organize in France the next year the Summit of Francophonie. You can count, of course, on President Macron and the French government and all the French actors to continue to work hard with your country, because we're friends of Ghana, and we face a lot of difficult moments, and we have many challenges, like fighting against climate change and food security and generally security. So, merci beaucoup.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Now, back Hanukre. Susu sang pine, be a want to be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian dollars for the first transaction. What is send this guy? Download to Lemonade Finance.